Yes, we can start.
Yeah. It's probably about
We have this. So
that one colored out. So
that doesn't stick actually. It goes down. This one.
Oh, this one's not right here.
This actually goes down automatically. Like this.
Yeah, you can use that one. I'll hold the mic.
I'm fine with that. It's okay.
I'll hold the mic for him. That's what I'm here for. I think it's out of battery, maybe.
Sorry. It's not important, but it'll be good if
Mhm.
there we go. It's okay. Or was a clip? The clip. Yeah. Yeah, the higher up the better. Okay. There you go.
Please.
All right. Well, good morning, everybody. Today is my joy and honor to tag along with Arpit on this workshop. We both have been talking about Power Pages for a long time, but it is our first time doing this together for real. So in person. So I'm excited for it. I wanted to thank Russ for putting this together and organizing so many great events around the globe, and also to thank him for having me here. I appreciate it. It's also a delight to connect with you in person. Many of you I have had a chance to connect online. So it's nice to shake hands and give hugs for those people who like hugs. But yeah, so it's a full day. It's very organic, meaning that we can talk about pretty much anything Power Pages today. And Arpit and I will just take turns and try to cover as much ground as possible today.
And more than it's
Oh, yeah.
sharing. And more than it's sharing, is basically a learning for everyone. So we will learn with each other. So as we know, like the Microsoft technology is growing so fast, we are giving training here, and something is changed in the background in the Power Pages, right? So it's quite often thing, right? So it's kind of, me and Victor, we are going to share the knowledge with you, whatever we have learned from our live projects, whatever we have given the training in the past. So of course, if you have anything to share with us, then definitely, let us know so that we can also learn with you, right? All right.
Yeah, I want to take Arpit for actually sitting down, so it looks like I'm tall as well. So thank you so much. Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
All right. So if I talk about the today's agenda, so me and Victor is basically going to talk about the Microsoft Power Pages, as you know. So we will try to cover actually as many as topics as possible. So I'll put down everything in the agenda. and we'll see like how much we can do it. But I don't want to stress you out to cover each and everything, because like there are a lot of things to cover in the Power Pages, including the Copilot and AI. So this is all the agenda. Like first we're going to discuss about some fundamentals of Power Pages. So before we begin, just wanted to understand like how many of yours already aware about like what is Power Pages, or some of you is already working in live projects and all, please. Oh, okay, cool. So I think we have mix of people.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, so before begin, just wanted to give a quick introduction. I would like to Victor first to take the introduction part, then I'll take forward.
All right. Um, I I'm Victor Dantas. I'm Brazilian by birth. I do live in Canada now. It was a little bit of a journey getting here, but I'm glad to be here. I've been in the software development industry for the last 25 years, and I'm only 27. Just kidding. I started very young, out of high school. But in the community, I really found my pace doing community events and training. So you probably saw maybe some of the content that I put out through the Zero to Hero Academy, which is just a free mentorship online that we do for folks who want to get training within Power Platform. I do write and speak a lot about Power Pages. I worked at ADX Studio, the company that built the first version and was acquired by Microsoft in 2017. So this is my technology of choice, but I do write and blog on different components of the Power Platform.
Okay. Okay, so if I just wanted to give my short introduction, my name is Arpi Srivastava. I'm this old slide deck. So now I'm 3 times Microsoft MVP and 4 times Microsoft certified trainer. I'm currently working as a Power Platform expert in Capgemini, Sweden. I've been working with Dynamic 365C and Power Platform from almost last 15 years and doing a lot of interesting stuff in the Power Platform. I have been sharing knowledge with the community almost from last 5, 6 years, and I share my knowledge through my blogs, speaking in various events worldwide. And I'm going to become an author as well. So my book is going to be released in next month. So I've been writing this not on the Power Pages, but yeah, that is my first book ever. That is I'm writing from last 1 year almost, and that is going to be released in next month. So I'm quite excited for that as well.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Very cool.
And me and Victor, we both are sharing knowledge from past so many years. So I love connecting with peoples from Microsoft, from the communities. And it's not about just sharing the knowledge. We are learning with so the source of my learning is also the sharing. So that is one of the main thing. So I love to share the knowledge. Those who wanted to have the end-to-end course of the Power Pages. So last year I organized this YouTube mentorship series. So Victor is also running the Zero to Hero series, and last year I also tried to cover something about the Power Pages, because I was getting a lot of requests from the community people, like we are searching for some stuff related to the Power Pages that covers everything from scratch, from beginning to the advanced. So this is basically a 30 days learning challenge, and I'm really glad that all the Power Pages heroes from the Microsoft and from the community, they joined this event. And you can find that on my YouTube channel as well. So it is a very good series. It starts from how to set up the Power Pages site, and the last session is all about the deployment. I know like there are a lot of things have been changed during this 1 year, so I'll try to cover a lot of things today as well. But it's just a fundamental and the core concept of the Power Pages. You can find it. Yep.
Yeah, these libraries of knowledge, they are very important. I joke when I speak with some of the speakers. We call each other heroes. They are my heroes. I don't consider myself to be a hero, but they are always kind of saving my life, because there are things that we do in the platform that we don't remember but you know that they exist. So this content is very valuable to keep it in your back pocket. Yeah.
Exactly. When you search on the internet, most of the articles, Power Pages related content, you will find it from these folks who have been sharing a lot of stuff on the internet. So just about the break time, we have just planned for 45 minutes lunch time between 12 p.m. to 12:45 p.m. And then coffee snacks time is just 15 minutes. This is just a time we actually kept it, but you are free to go in between as well if you want, obviously. But since we have a very tight packed agenda, a lot of things to cover. So, just good, we spend less time in the lunch and the coffee snacks so that we can learn more today. Yeah. All right. So should I take or you want to take? Perfect. Okay. Okay, so before beginning with the Power Pages, just wanted to give a short introduction about the Power Platform. Why? Because Power Pages is one of the component of the Power Platform. Okay, so as you know, like Microsoft Power Platform is a SaaS-based no-code, low-code, platform where you can build your business applications, and it actually provides majorly 5 components that actually helps you to design the end-to-end business solution. Okay, so if you have to design any business application, what are the basic requirement of that? The first thing, you have to design the UI of that application, right? Whether it's a web UI or it's a tablets or the mobile based application you have to create. So the Power Apps is the tool for that, or the product for that. Using that, you can design the UI of any application. Okay, then once you design the UI, you need to write some business logic. You need to write some sort of integration logic. You need to write some automation logic. Okay, so for that we have the low code no code tool that is called Power Automate that helps you write the Power FX expression. It's an Excel based expression. Using that, you can write your own business logics. And one of the most common requirement is, to if you already have the data in your database, then if you have to do the analytics, or if you have to do some kind of business intelligence, you can't scroll through all the data that is in the database. You need a report, you need a dashboard, so that you can take the business decision accordingly, right? So for that purpose, we have the Power BI. And then if you want to create a chatbot, that is optional, but nowadays, you see like on the most of the website, you see like the chatbot is available, and that is one of the part of artificial intelligence. It's an old slide deck, but Microsoft has rebranded as a Copilot Studio now. So it's not no longer it's a Power Virtual Agent now. It's a Copilot Studio, and it also helps you to create the chatbot application. Okay, and these four, the component was there, I think, since 2023 October, and after that, Microsoft introduced a new component product in this family that is called Power Pages. Okay, so most of this product and the component are for the internal users. You can embed the chatbot, of course, on the external website, but this Power Automate, Power Apps, these are for the internal users. Okay, so there was no actually tool that is basically for the external users. The Power Pages it's not like it is introduced last year only. It was also, as Victor mentioned, it was introduced as a ADX Studio when it was not with the Microsoft. It was with another company called ADX Studio. Then Microsoft acquired that. So I'm going to discuss about the history about Power Pages as well. But Microsoft just rebranded this as a Power Pages. It was not part of Power Platform family. It was a part of Power Apps earlier, but now it's a standalone product. So it's not like you have to purchase some other products along with this. You can purchase this as a separate product, and you can and it comes with the Dataverse so that you can design your own website. Okay. Well, you know already about the Microsoft Dataverse. The Microsoft Dataverse is basically the primary Dataverse or the database that Power Pages use it to store the data. Okay, because Power Pages is external facing website, so it needs to have a storage or the database where it can store the configuration or the data, right? So Dataverse is the main database behind that. A lot of folks have the question like, if my data is stored outside the Dataverse, like SQL Server, SharePoint, that how can I bring it to the Dataverse? So we have a lot of mechanism available these days. We have the virtual tables that actually helps you connect with SQL Server, SharePoints, and I think Microsoft is going to add some more in the future. And we have the Cloudflow integrations as well these days. So it actually helps you connect with 1000 plus data sources. So you can bring the data to your Dataverse. But your primary data source will remain the Dataverse only. Okay. But you can bring the data, of course, from the different sources.
How many have been exposed to Dataverse here? Certainly.
Okay. Yeah, so this is I was talking about that how the Power Pages is basically related with the Microsoft Dataverse. The primary Dataverse is of course the Dataverse, but you can connect with the virtual tables, SQL Server, SharePoint, and if you are also using the finance and operation, so you can bring the data using the virtual table into the Power Pages. A lot of external data sources are also there. You can also use the Cloudflow, as I mentioned. So this is how it relates with the external data sources. Yeah, so this is I've already covered like what is Power Pages. So Power Pages is basically help you. It's not only for the developers. So using this Power Pages, everyone can design the website now. Okay, and it actually helps you. We will see in the demonstration that how quickly it is to set up the website, how quickly it is to design the website, creating the pages. And from last couple of months, Microsoft is pushing hard on the Copilot and AI. So things made a lot of easier now. So in terms of the designing the portal, in terms of creating the forms, so you can basically concentrate on the productive work. For example, if you have some complex requirement, but you don't need to spend much time on creating fields, creating tables in the background, that Copilot will help you to do that. Okay. So it's a secure low code, no code business website. It stores the data in Dataverse. It can integrate with other Power Platform components as well. So as we've seen, like there are total 5 components in the Power Pages. So everyone, other components can also be embedded. So for example, like if you want to embed the Power BI report on the website, so you can do that. Okay. If you want to embed the Canvas app, so that is also doable. If you want to embed the chatbot, so that is also possible. So all the components are stick together, so you can integrate with each other. And of course the Power Automate I talked about, so you can integrate the cloud flows as well. It supports bootstrap framework to design the portal. So I think the latest version is 5 now, bootstrap version 5. So it's now started supporting bootstrap 5 version also. So whatever CSS styling we see on the Power Pages side, it basically comes from the bootstrap framework. So in terms of the extensibility, I know like using low code or no code, you can design the end-to-end solution. It actually helps you to kickstart the development. But of course, if you have to deliver the end-to-end solution, then of course you need to write the code. So what are the extensibility options that we also see at the time of demonstration? But yeah, it has the client-side scripting option. Since the Power Pages is a SaaS-based platform, so you are not allowed to write the C# code or the .NET code, or you cannot change the code what is written in the background, because most of the time the developer has this question, okay, I want to extend the portal, can I write the server-side code? So that is not possible because it's a SaaS-based platform, but you have the lot of capabilities now. You have the web APIs so that you can interact with the Dataverse. You can design your own HTML tables, subgrade, editable subgrids and all. Of course, I talked about the cloud flow so that you can connect with the connectors. You have the Power FX capability so that you can write the complex business logics as well. And of course, the liquid code. And I think Victor has already uploaded a lot of stuff related to the liquid code. That is basically an open source language that actually help you to design the custom pages on the Power Pages. And you can use the fetch XML in that in order to retrieve the data. And it actually helps you to retrieve the data from the Power Pages component itself without querying the data. Okay, so we're gonna discuss about a lot of component of the Power Pages. So it basically helps you to retrieve the data. For example, we have site settings, content snippet. I'll talk about that later. But these are the components of the Power Pages, and Liquid template basically helps to retrieve the data from those components without writing a query. Okay, so that is very useful. So if you are designing a very complex website or design, you will come across the liquid code. Of course, without liquid code you cannot do that. And we look into the numerous way to automate the Power Pages deployment. So of course it supports Azure DevOps CI/CD based deployment as well. So there are a lot of ways you can do the manual deployment. You can use the Power App CLI, Power Platform CLI. You can use nowadays you can include the Power Pages site in your Dataverse solutions as well, and then you can use the DevOps CI/CD pipeline, the Power Platform build tools as well. So if I talk about the architecture of Power Pages, so I think this is how the things looks like in the background, how the things work, because for a developer, for the user, it doesn't matter what is things going on in the background. But if you can see in the left side, like the client devices, they are the actual customers who are using the portals. And in the right side, you see the Dataverse where your data is stored. But in between, there are a lot of security happens, right? You see, like there are two major component here is Azure Web Application Firewall. So it actually helps you to protect your public site from the malicious attack. And I think in the MS build last 2 days before, Microsoft included that as part of your license as well. So earlier it was not included in your license. So nowadays this setting is by default enabled in your environment. So you don't need to have any license for that. And Azure CDN is basically the content delivery network. It actually helps you to load your site faster. You don't need to worry about it like what CDN work, what WAF work. It's a Microsoft who does everything. But this is basically a two-way how you can load your site faster and you can protect your site from the malicious attack. And of course, it whenever it goes through that firewall or the window, then there are some authentications and there are some authorization. Then only you will be able to get the Microsoft Dataverse data. Okay. So there are a lot of authentication providers are there. We're going to look into it. We have the external identity provider. We have the local authentication provider. And Victor has already, I think I have already given the demo of Azure AD B2C last week. So if you want to learn like how you have to set up the Azure AD B2C integration with the Power Pages, so I've already demonstrated that. So this is a very high level architecture, and this is also one way to understand like how the things work in the background. So there are three boxes. The first in the left is your Power Pages site. In the right is a Dataverse application. So your data is stored here, and your user is in the left. Okay. Now user don't interact directly with the Dataverse data. Okay. Your everything or the architecture is basically set up in the Azure or the Microsoft Entra ID. So first of all, whenever user try to connect with the data, it basically connect with the Azure Microsoft Entra ID. And you can see there are a lot of things are there like Azure Traffic Managers. So sometimes you are using the Power Pages site on the production, and there are heavy load on your website or your server is crashed or something like that. So Microsoft automatically handle that traffic management for you. Okay, so you don't need to worry about that. They already they basically set up the two kind of server, primary and the secondary. So if the traffic is too much on the first server, or if anything goes wrong with the primary server, it will automatically transfer the traffic on the second server. But this only happened with the production side, not for the development side of the trial environment. Okay. And once you request for the token, you get the token from the site. And using that token, you request with the Dataverse application, okay, where your data is stored. And then Dataverse check that token, validity of that token, whether it's authorized or not. If you get the answer like, okay, yeah, its token is valid, acknowledgement is right, then you can get the access of the data. Right. So this happened actually in the background, but just a user, just a customer, it's just a simple connectivity for you. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's important to highlight too in this communication between Power Pages and Dataverse, you're not only retrieving data that's part of your business logic, you're actually using the data that's stored there to load your website. So page content, settings, who accesses what, and what kind of authentication provider is used. It's all data within the Dataverse as well. So you have a shell of a website that back in the day when you couldn't inspect the code, that shell of the site was built on .NET framework, ASP.NET. Nowadays, God knows what they're using, but I know they're using a little bit of React too.
Yeah.
But it's the shell of the application. The data that drives the appearance of the website and who does what is still data within Dataverse. So keep that in mind as we progress into all the setup. You're gonna have to understand that all of the data that you're doing, that you are using to set up a site in development, will eventually need
any application with the Dataverse, you need the user, some sort of user, right? If not the physical user, then at least some OAuth authentication or the service principles kind of, right? So as that's why you can see, like I have mentioned in the Dataverse block, there is a portal application user, right? So what happen is, whenever you create a site, I think if you have already set up a site in your Power Platform environment, you just go to that Power Platform Admin Center, go to the app user list, you will find there is a new application user gets created with that is linked with your Power Pages site. Okay, so I'll show that as well, and that basically basically makes the connection between your Power Pages site and the Dataverse. So that application user do all the kind of authorization. And if you provide the, if you want to restrict like which particular table you want to give the access to the portal, then you can give the privilege to this portal application user. Okay, we will check in the demonstration as well. Yep, please.
Your traffic is that managed as a sudden serve traffic?
Exactly.
Will it manage that?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So you don't need to pay anything extra for that, and you don't need any additional license. So since it's a cloud version, so Microsoft takes care of everything. But since it's a very high level architecture, that's why I demonstrated to you. Like in the production, if the traffic is very high or on your website, it automatically transfer it to the local server region. For example, you have set up the site in the Sweden. Okay, so your site will get created in the server which is located in the Sweden, and Microsoft automatically allocate one more server as a backup. So and in the Sweden region only, right? So that if one server is heavily loaded or something went wrong, or if anything is malicious attack on that, if suspect, then it will automatically transfer it to the second server. So that's why it's called it as a primary and the secondary.
This is all managed for us. We don't need to worry.
No. I mean, the only cost associated with it is if the surge is persistent. If you have a number of users either accessing unauthenticated access to a page or authenticated access to a page. So if you see that number consistently go up and you don't have provision the license for it, then you would see the license. We're not being recorded, are we? So licensing here today, Microsoft is getting better at reporting number of users and costs there. But it's still a challenge to predict surge and also to allocate resources in terms of licensing for that. I think in the future, Microsoft will get better at this so that they would be in a position to come back to you and say, hey, by the way, you had 1,000 page views that you didn't pay for last month. It's time for you to pay, but that's not where we are today. Okay.
So we're going to have some slide decks on the licensing as well. So we'll not dig into that, but just wanted to give you the understanding like how the licensing of the Power Pages work. So we'll cover that as well.
In terms of, reporting on the usage of your Power Pages and all that, does that come through the application website or would you do something else?
Both. You can do insights, and you can also look at the control panel, the admin panel for Power Pages. So what I was referring to is that the tool is not super refined today, right? They're working on it. It's a lot better than it used to be. Yeah. So it's almost as if, I put it in a way that I don't implicate myself. It's almost as if I can't show you that you're using a lot, I can't really charge you for that usage. Okay. I'll leave it at that.
You log into Azure and look at the event or the logs of what's going on in the background.
You would be able to see page hits and all that.
Exactly. But usually like in the real time projects, you often you don't have the access on the Azure sometimes. So that's why Microsoft made it available on the Power Platform Admin Center, where you can see like how many users logged in on your website, how many anonymously, and how many authenticated. So as Victor mentioned, like they have provided a Power BI kind of chart there, so that you can monitor it, like how the traffic is going on your website. And also they provide the information about like which pages is being used most by the user. So that is also a thing, like, so they are working on that. So it's a new feature, but it's good. At least you can track something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also because you can extend Power Pages with JavaScript, you would be able to add SEO tracking there as well. So if you want to see what pages are getting hit and what areas of pages are getting hit as well.
I guess with the WAF, you can restrict regions, not touch things.
Yeah.
What posts.
Exactly. Yeah. And as I told, like, once you create a Power Pages site, it actually creates a app registration in the, in the Microsoft Entra ID. So you can have some, conditional access policies as well. You can do the IP whitelistings. So that is also one layer of security you can block. Like, for example, since your portal is a public facing website, but you want like your portal should not be accessible in a particular domain or in a particular IP addresses, right? It usually happening in the banking domain, where you wanted to give the access of the portal in a particular intranet in a particular area. So that is a good example of that.
Maybe you come later to it as well, but to fix the amount.
Yeah.
They're using a tracking cookie. And there's no way out of the box, as far as I know, to display such a cookie bundle. That you are forced to, at least in Europe or in Germany more than in other countries, display. So you have to work it for your own. But must be aware that there's out of the box, but Microsoft is thinking cookie available to safety monitoring.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, so if you just wanted to know, like, like it's an external facing website, but there are numerous use cases you will come across, like why should you use the Power Pages? So there are a lot of templates that Microsoft has already provided for you. So it's not like every time you have to start designing a website from the scratch. So if you ever work with a Canvas app, you got some inbuilt templates available, like help desk applications, service desk and all. So same like that, one of the common website templates that Microsoft has already provided. For example, like registration template, application processing template, FAQs template. So you can just simply start creating a website using this. Yeah, some of this like customer self-service, community. If you want to, create a website for meeting bookings, scheduling the appointments and all, then schedule and manage meetings are there. The advantage of using this template is that the basic feature of that particular component. For example, if I talk about the customer self-service portal, so whatever the major features is required for the customer self-service portal, for example, like knowledge article search, case management, creating a case, searching a case, tracking the case. So these kind of feature it automatically provides in this templates. So of course you can customize that to meet your business need, but at least you don't need to do it from the scratch. So we have the employee self-service portal. We have a portal for field service as well. So imagine you are using field service module or field service application as a model-driven app, and you want to use the field service portal. So that is also there. And if nothing is fitting in your requirement, then of course you can create from the blank as well. Okay, so you don't want to use any template. You just want to start from the blank page. So yeah, so that is called the starter portal. And of course, Microsoft is adding a lot of other templates in this list. So you can just stay in touch with Microsoft release portal as well. If you're interested, like what was the history of the Microsoft Pages? So, it started with the ADX Studio in Jan 2009. And that time it was not the product of Microsoft. It was a company of 50, 60 people. And the organization name was ADX Studio, who was owning this portal, and then Microsoft acquired that and rebranded as a CRM portal in 2015. And then again, they rebranded as a Power Apps portal to match with the other product name like Power Apps, Power Automate, and all, just to match the keyword like Power. So they rebranded as a Power Apps portal. And in May 2022, they announced it as a Power Pages as a standalone component. Okay, and it was made available as a general availability was made on October 2022. Okay.
Sorry, just in terms of the Power Up portals, if we have a current website is built on the Power Up portals, is there any need to start from scratch or we can continue?
You can continue to use, and there is a path forward now, a migration path. It's currently in preview, but yeah, there is a path forward. What Microsoft is doing, not only for Power Apps portals, but even Power Pages portals that were created up until when maybe December of last year. It uses a data model that Microsoft calls a standard data model. The tables are prefixed with ADX underscore still, but Microsoft has since built another data model.
Yeah.
They call it the enhanced data model. That one's prefixed with MSPP underscore.
Yeah.
And you not only get the new tables, but also you get new features. So if you want to import a portal, if you want to move a portal from one environment to another, you can do that as a solution file. But that feature is only available with the enhanced data model, amongst a few other features that just came out as well.
So since we have seen the growth of the Power Pages, as you can see, it started in 2009 and it's in 2024. So there are a lot of things has been changed in the product since it released in 2009, but the core has remained the same. Okay, the data model was remained the same. As Victor had mentioned, like recently the Microsoft has enhanced the data model on top of the standard data model. So I'm going to discuss about that as well. But the main thing is that, because me and Victor have been working since the ADX Studio portal version. So we know like what things got changed and how the components look like. So I would say like from the development perspective, the 70 to 75% things are still same. In the background, we know like there are a lot of things got changed from the data model perspective, but the component that we're going to look into it soon, the components, how to design the portals are basically the same. The basic objective, what the particular component do, or how to design the portal is remaining the same. Okay, so it's also a question from a lot of folks like, what is the major difference between the Power Pages and the Power Apps portals? Because earlier we were using the Power Apps portal. Now it has been rebranded as a Power Pages. So the answer is Power Pages is just a increment version of the Power Apps portal. Okay, it's just a rebranding of the product. Plus, it has some additional low-code, no-code capabilities as well. Okay, so for example, in the Power Apps portal, you had very, very limited low-code, no-code capabilities, but now you will see a lot of low-code, no-code capabilities. You have the drag and drop controls available to design the website. You have got the Designer Studio that actually helps you to design your portal, same like the Canvas app, where you can drag and drop the controls. We can also check them in the demo. And we have a lot of templates available that helps you kickstart your development and expedite your development process. It has the learning hub. So sometimes if you have to learn something out of the Power Pages, you have to search on the internet, different topics. So they have provided a learning hub within the Design Studio where you can find everything about the Power Pages. They have included videos, they have included all the content, security, white papers, Microsoft, whatever published related to the Power Pages, you will find everywhere at a single place. Okay. VS Code integration, that is one of the major thing for the professional developers. So, earlier, whenever you have to write the code like JavaScript, HTML and all, you had to do it in the, the text editor kind of control. But now you can directly edit that in the VS Code. Whatever changes you do in the VS Code, you just save it, it automatically sync in the Dataverse. Okay. So this is very important feature from the development perspective. WAF, it is also a good feature that I already talked about. CDN, And you have got the go live checklist as well, because Power Apps portal or the Power Pages is not something, the deployment of Power Pages is not same like the Dataverse solution, right? Because it's a public facing website. You are not accidentally exposing the Dataverse data to your unauthorized user. So you have to be ensured, like, you have to follow the go live checklist that Microsoft has provided. You don't get this go live checklist for your Dataverse solution, right? But there is a checklist is there that basically verify your site. Like they have, Microsoft has provided an inbuilt tool called site checker. Okay, so it's always necessary when you are moving from a development to production, you run this, you run that tool that actually scan through all the configuration you made in the Power Pages, and if you have any security loopholes, it actually lists down so that you can fix them up. Licensing was one of the complex thing earlier, but now they have still it's, I think, not clear, but yeah, quite. But they have updated the license.
Less than clear.
Yeah, so I also don't want to comment on that much, but yeah, whatever I understood with the licensing, I will discuss about that a little bit. Subscription and the pay as you go based license is there. Power Automate integration is also there. Azure pipeline based deployment is there, and Connect SQL SharePoint is also there. The one thing that I missed here is the Copilot and AI integration. So Victor is also going to cover that in a more detailed way, but that is one of the major enhancements that Microsoft did recently. So Copilot and AI. Okay, so if I talk about the components of the Power Pages, so basically components are actually helps you to design the portal. Okay, so there are basically two types of components. One is core components and second is the design components. Okay, so core component is basically whenever you create a website in your Power Platform environment, you get to see some solution gets installed, some managed solution gets installed that actually create some tables, some basic data in your environment. So those components are called core components. Okay, so we'll get to see, like whenever you install any site, if you go to the solution, you will see some list of managed solutions there. Once your solutions are there, and once you will see some tables specific to the Power Pages, you then use those tables to design your portals, and those components are called Power Pages, sorry, design components. So for example, if I have to create a form on the portal, where I will create that. So for that, you will find a component in the Power Pages where you can create the tables. You can link it with the Dataverse table, and you can write your HTML and all. So basically distributed in two categories, core and the design component. Core components is basically looks like this. So whenever you core component basically has three main things. Portal solutions, we call it as a Power Pages solution. So as the Victor was mentioning, like enhanced data model. So how that enhanced data model gets created in your environment. So it basically creates in the form of solution. Okay. So whenever you create the site, it actually first create the Dataverse solution. And this Dataverse solution creates a lot of metadata for you. Metadata means, you have the tables, forms, views. So inbuilt tables, you will get it. Okay. And the portal Azure Web App is basically, as I told, like once you create a site, Azure is the main thing where the site is getting hosted. And basically all the security works, so the architecture works from the Azure side only, right? So it actually create a web app in the Azure. And then of course you browse that, that site from the web browsers. Okay. So this is how the Dataverse solution looks like. If you create a site, you see like there are a lot of Dataverse solutions are there. Okay. And this is called the metadata, because if you have already installed the solution, that solution contains the tables, forms, views. So whenever you open the, the Power Pages component, you see like in the left panel, you see there are portal specific tables are there. For example, page template, websites. So we will check at the time of demonstration so that you will better understand them. And this is the web app looks like. You can see like I just logged in my Azure Microsoft Entra ID environment, and you see there are a lot of app registrations are there, right? So app registration is linked to a specific Power Pages site. So if you have five websites created, then the five app registrations will be done in the background in the Azure. Okay. And these are the design components Okay, so if I talk about the design components, there are basically two things when you do the designing of the portal. The first thing, you design the like HTML pages, forms, list and all. So you have the design component. And of course, you have the data as well, like customer uses that form to submit the data. So you are basically dealing with two things when you are using the website, design and the data. Okay, and both are stored in the Microsoft Dataverse. All right. So everything is getting stored in the Dataverse only. I know like there are a lot of components are there. We cannot discuss each and every one, but I try to cover all the components in this picture. We can discuss about all the components whole day, but I don't want to do that. This is just a picture of all the design component. So why I've kept the website on the top, because that is the root component. Okay, because all the components under that is linked to that only. So if I create the website, all the components of the Power Pages will get deleted, right? And the website is basically the component which actually store the information about your site, like what is the URL of your site, or what is the domain, what is the site owner, the name of your website and all. And website binding is kind of, connection string. If you ever work in the .NET, you need a connection string to connect with the server. So it basically stores the binding information. If you delete the website binding, your website will not work. Okay. So website binding is connected to that. Now, then if you come down, then there is a web page. Okay. Your website is up and running. If you have to start designing your website, then first thing is the web page. Whatever you have to create on the website, you first need a web page, right? Because without a web page, you cannot show a form or list or any HTML controls and all. So it is a kind of container where you can display whatever component you want, inbuilt component or your own component. So then come to the web page, and after the web page, you have the localized content. Now, what is this localized content? This is basically uh, used in terms of multilingual portal. Imagine you are working for a client where you have to enable multiple languages in the portal, and in the different web pages you want to show the different content in the different languages. So the web page is common, okay, and this web page is linked with the child web pages, and this child web pages are called localized content. So imagine you have enabled three languages: Swedish, German, and the French. Okay, so it will create three localized content. So localized content is nothing. They are just the child pages linked with your main pages, right? So that you can simply write your business logic specific for that particular language client, right? And then you have created the page. Now you can display different component on that page. The first is basic form. Basic form in the portal language, it's a basic form, but it's just a simple form, like the registration form or feedback form that you just submit the information. It's a single page form, but sometimes you need to fill the information in the multiple steps, right? For example, like you are applying for the visa or you are applying for the career registration portal. So sometimes you have to fill the information in the multiple step. So for that purpose, you have the multi-step form. It is a collection of multiple basic forms. If you have to use the single form, then you have to use the basic form. Or if you have to use the multiple steps form, then you have to use the multi-step form. Once you show the form, user will fill up the data and submit it, right? So you always have to show the list of data as well, that whatever user or customer has submitted. So for that, you have the list. Okay, so they are just the name that the Microsoft use from the Power Pages perspective, but in the layman language, it's just a list of data. Okay, and content snippet, like portal is a website where you want to show a lot of content, some static text, some sort of announcement you have to do, some campaigning you have to do. So you have to show a lot of text messages, some news, some content, and you always want to show this content different languages based on the different regions. So the content snippet is basically helps you to maintain the content of the portal. So whenever being a portal developer, if you have to create or show any content, you always have to go to content snippet. Okay. Page and web template, basically, whenever you have a requirement that you want to create a reusable kind of template, then you can go with the web template. We will look into that as well. Portal web API is basically help you to, interact with the Dataverse. Okay. So for example, if you use the basic form and the multi-step form, whenever you submit the data, you don't need to write any sort of query or write your own logic. It automatically syncs with the database. But sometimes you have to, let's suppose, create your own HTML page, or you have to create your own HTML subgrid, let's suppose editable subgrid. So you want to have the whole control of like when you want to create the data, when you want to edit the data. So in that case, you can use the portal web API. All right. And nowadays you can use the Cloudflow integration as well. Web links is basically the menu, the toolbar that you want to show it on the portal. Web files is a container that holds all the web related files. For example, if you have CSS, you have JavaScript, if you have images, that is one of the main thing that you want to show it on your website. So that is stored in the web files. Okay. Site settings, sometimes, you just need to enable and disable features on the portal. Okay. For example, I want to use the Facebook integration on the portal. I want to turn off and turn on the registration process. Okay. I don't want user to register on my website. I will invite them and they will log into my website. So you just want to, enable and disabling the feature. So for that thing, you can keep it in the site setting. Okay. So just a settings. And in the yellow boxes, you see these are all the security components. So whatever components you are using in the white block, they are actually exposing your Dataverse data. So it's your duty that you use these yellow boxes precisely so that you can secure your Dataverse data. Okay, I'm going to discuss those later. So web role, table permission, page permission, column permissions, these are basically the security component. So if you already know the Dataverse, you know there are security roles, right? But those security role doesn't work on the portal. Why? Because those security roles works for the Dataverse users. Like Dataverse users are stored in the Microsoft Entra ID, and this Dataverse security role works in the context of Dataverse user. But in the portal, your user don't log in. The contacts or the customers are logging. So your whole security comes under the contacts. It basically associates with the contacts. And the portal, we call it as a web roles. And it's totally different with the security roles. You want to add anything? And this table permission is like, what table you want to give access to the user. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
My clients need to authenticate the site by license.
They will, yeah, they need it. And we have a slide for licensing. The way it works for per page is just to give a little bit of information is you buy a pack of a certain amount of users, authenticated users, and also page views for anonymous users. That's how it works. Like I said, I never see Microsoft hold anyone under the gun to say, "Oh, you had 2 additional users this month," but that's their model. They won't turn off your site if you go over, but they'll probably come back and say, "Hey, you consistently have been using, I don't know, 100 more users than what you paid for." But they are not, they don't shut off sites because you overused. What I was gonna say is because of the history of portals, in terms of documentation and articles that are built by the community, you may see terminology labeled differently. So at the during the ADX Studio days, basic form was called entity forms, and multi-step form was called advanced form, so on and so forth. So it's important, at least at this stage, to kind of understand the naming convention changes so that when you look for information, you may tap into some of the old articles as well. Microsoft Learn is really good. The quality is really nice, but there are things that some people wrote in the past that are still valid, but you may see with different names.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
All right. Right on.
There's a small topic about the licensing as well. So basically, there are 2 options for the Power Pages licensing as of now. The one is the subscription based, and the second is the pay as you go based. And how do you decide? Basically, I try to explain it with a very simple example, like how do I decide which license option should I use? Okay. So first of all, you should know the answers of the following questions. So before you are, deciding like which license you have to use. So the first thing is, do you already have any existing license? Okay, so sometimes you already have the licenses, so you have to think about that because imagine like you have been already using the Power Apps, okay, and it's not always required that the Power Pages you have to develop from the day one only. You have been working with Power Apps from last 5-6 years. Then after that, you got to know, okay, your customer is looking for the Power Pages side as well. So you already must have some kind of existing license as well. So you always have to look through like, is the Power Pages license is already included in that as well? Okay, because if you see the Power Apps per user license, you are allowed to use one Power Pages site in that, right? If you see the Microsoft licensing, you already had the Power Pages site included in that. So first thing, you should check the existing licensing options. Second is, types of user. So your licensing, as Victor mentioned, depends largely on, what kind of user is going to access your site. Sometimes the authenticated users are more, sometimes the anonymous users are more. Of course, the anonymous user licensing is cheaper compared to authenticated user. And sometimes you may not want user to log into your website or register your website every time. You want to publicly show some kind of information, and you don't want that user sign up for that unless it is required. So you have to be very carefully choose like what particular feature on the portal you want to show it for the anonymous user or for the authenticated user. So that, because that also impact the licensing.
Yeah, and you have use cases that account for it. For example, during COVID, Microsoft services in the US, they developed sites for exam booking
Exactly.
and checking the status of the booking. Instead of forcing people to register, they just did a verification on last name, date of birth, and in the US, social security number. So that didn't really count as authentication. It was just validating that that person could see information about the exam, which was just time and location. So nothing really very secretive there, but that's how they, I shouldn't say bypass the registration scenario, but those page views were not count as a authenticated view that was public access to.
Exactly, like if you see the Microsoft Release Planner portal, right, where you can see all the release updates, and also that is also designed on the Power Pages side. So you don't need to really log in or register on the portal, that Release Planner portal, in order to see like what are the things coming on the next releases, what is the release wave is going on, right? So it's up to you, like event registration site you are building, where you want to show the list of all the events, where you anonymous user can easily access that. But if they want to register for an event, then you want to force them to register and then log in onto the portal. So this is, you have to be very careful, like what kind of user is mostly going to access your website. Third question is, your site uses. So what would be the approximate volume of your site access, or how many user will visit or your site on the daily, monthly basis? Because based on that, you can decide whether you have to go with the subscription based or the pay as you go based. Okay, right? Because imagine like your Power Pages site is going to be used by only few user, 5-10 user, and you are paying subscriptions based licensing, because subscription based licensing is a pack based licensing. You always purchase in the form of packs. For example, one pack contain 100 user, and two packs contains 200, something like that, right? So you may not purchase a license for 100 user if your site is going to be used by 2-3 users only per month. So you always go with the pay as you go in that case, right? So this is very important question you should ask yourself, or ask from your developer, architect, whatever they are. So these the questions are very important.
Yeah, and work with your sales rep at Microsoft as well, because they may be able to help you either with a special pricing depending on the project, if it's something that could be a case study for Microsoft, or just as a regular project, if you are unable to kind of calculate how many users you're going to need, you can bring that to your sales rep and see what they're going to offer you.
Sorry, question number one, existing license. Excuse me, you already said something around there, but So if we, for example, we do have business license, does that gives us any entitlement to meet the updates? Why is it important? I mean.
Yeah, it does in a sense. So suppose you have a scenario where your company wants to launch a portal for internal users to access information. They don't access the Dataverse, but you want to provide an application that way. So through those licenses, you can provision a portal, and you don't need a special license for those users if they have these ones. It's not external users. You still need to buy the pack. That is the part of the licensing. It was a lot more complex. To Arpit's point, it was a lot more complex compared to today's version. It's still complex, but not as much. In the past, Microsoft would sell logins, not really active users. So a user signs in today, it takes one sign in from that pack, right? So it was a lot harder to predict how many signings you would have. Even if you had a customer portfolio of 100 people, you can't really control when people will sign in, right? So they changed the model. Right now, you pay for the user. If the user signs in once a month or 30 times or multiple times during the day within that month, that's what you pay for. So it's a lot simpler, but it still doesn't resolve the scenario where you're launching a product and you have no clue how many people will use it, right? So that is one part of the licensing that you can still navigate with your sales rep. There is a lot of grace there in trying to understand what your scenario will be. I say this because I did a portal for a government agency back home, and they didn't know how many people would sign up. So they worked with Microsoft. I think they ran about a month and a half on free licensing until they knew more or less how many users would sign in. That was a grants management application.
The old portal, I remember back then, if it was a brochure site, so without logging, that it was free. Right, that's.
It used to be that way. Right now, you still pay for anonymous users. You pay for page views in the form of pack as well.
And it basically it basically identify like you are anonymous user based on your cookies information, right? So number of years, because it might be possible right now you are logging with your laptop and after 1 hour you use the different machines. So how Microsoft will identify that, right? So it will be counted as a separate one. So that's quite tricky.
And you can always use promo code RAS Dynamics for discounts.
Use your partner credits to set up page to go, then monitor the rain testing.
Yeah.
And get it right before talking to the client.
Yes,
Yeah.
you could do it that way as well.
Basically, so this is the cost as of now, but it can increase, decrease anytime. So for the authenticate, if you purchase a subscription plan, for the authenticated user, you have to pay $200, say per capacity pack per site per month. Microsoft usually sell it in the form of packs. Okay, I'll tell you what this pack means. So pack is nothing. It just it's a container of number of users who can log in your website. So it's a pack is means pack of 100 user, pack of 10,000 users. So it's like that. For anonymous user, it's like $75 per pack per site per month. And this is what exactly the pack means for authenticated user. So for authenticated user, like one pack means 100 user, and that is cost around $200. If you purchase 100 packs, you have to pay less, like $75, and contains 10,000 users. So it depends. Like if you, as one of the point mentioned, like in the licensing question, like if you already have the predictable cost, if you already know like how many users are going to access your website, but of course, like in the real time, it's not really sure like how many users going to access your website. So this is kind of predictable thing that you can decide. And if you, yeah.
You're saying
You have to purchase the authentication if you're going to get in one of the streets to say I'm going to do it. So then got an express license there, so we're going to come out and use it. Don't sign in, but you just purchase.
I think we can go on the site, but when you buy a pack of authenticated users, you get a number of page views also included in that package.
Exactly.
Yeah, and the licensing part of Power Pages is probably the hardest thing the hurdle to get over when you're starting a project. But the way I usually sell it or present your customer is not necessarily the cost per user, but how much money is invested in the process if this company has to handle a process manually, right? How many people would be processing mailboxes to extract PDF files and inputting that data into a system? So then you can make an argument for, it's gonna cost you, I don't know, $2, $3 per user, and compare to what you would pay for a full-time employee or a number of employees to handle that process manually.
And this is how it costs for the anonymous users. For one pack, it has the 500 user for price $75. And you also don't stick to that. Always refer the Microsoft portals for the updated pricing every time. And if you talk about the pay-as-you-go plan for the authenticated user, it's not basically based on the pack. It is basically how many users are using your website. So it's $4 per user per site per month. And for anonymous user, it's $0.30 per user per site per month. Yeah.
When they say the per month, if you have a 100 user only, and login is fine, they don't want to try to penalize it.
Exactly. And it basically, so for example, you logged in today, so it will be valid for the next 24 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not like you logged in 100 times a day, so you have to pay every time. So it validates for 24 hours.
And then the other thing too is that I've never seen a scenario where you purchase a pack of 100 users and you had 200, 300 users sign in or register to your website for Microsoft to come back to you and say, hey, here's your new invoice. I've never seen that happen, right? Usually what happens is you are using over your capacity. You need to buy more packs. So
Exactly.
it may change in the future, but I've never seen them come back and charge extra for overuse of the site. So that's something to keep in mind. And there are ways to control how many users you want to let into your site. You can turn off registration. That way you control who gets into your website.
So, talking about, the login actually, the session lasts for 24 hours, etc. So are you authenticating users actually per login?
Yeah, something.
As opposed to the actual physical user.
The physical user that handles the connection between portals and Dataverse is one user, and it's a service principal. It's an application.
The portal application user I talked about, right?
Yeah, in Azure. So that user, it's connecting. It doesn't count as a connection to Dataverse. What we're talking about is actually the external user signing in, or a user of the portal signing.
It tracks with the contact.
Yeah.
Right, because you are a customer, you are logged in on a website. So how Microsoft knows like you have registered on the website, right? Because you are a contact and you registered on the website, how Microsoft will know you have registered on the website or not? Right, so you must have a contact because every registration will have a contact. As I told, like if you log into the Dataverse solution or the Power Apps, you must have a user in the Entra ID because everything works in the context of that. And if you're using the Power Pages, everything works in the context of contact. If you don't have contact, that means you are not using the portal as a registered user. So every user, every portal user must have a contact, and it can be existing contact or it can be the new contact. So for example, if you already have the contact in the Dataverse, you can invite them to access the portal so that you can link them. And this process is called invitation. because you may not want to create the duplicate contact in that case, right? So whenever any user register from the portal, the logged in information is stored in that contact, and based of that, Microsoft decide that how many users have registered on a website. Okay.
So that authenticates,
Exactly.
that authenticated user is actually around your
Contacts.
actually.
Exactly. Yeah. Because Microsoft should also have the tracking, right? That in your instance or environment or tenant, how many users are the registered one, or how many users are using anonymously. So anonymously, they actually track it from the cookies, as I told you, because otherwise there is no way to track it. So if you use some different machines, then every time it will count as a new user.
But for authentication, if I only have one authentication user and they log in every day, only one, it's only $4 for that whole every day.
Means one user login is validity for 24 hours. Yes.
Yeah, we're no longer counting logins per day.
Yeah.
You logged in one day,
Yeah.
you pay for the user for the whole month.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah,
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
just $4 for that one user.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
For pay as you go, it's a $4 for per site per month.
Yeah.
But if you have, let's suppose 2 sites, then it's at $8 then in that case. Yeah. There is a simple example actually used to understand that as well. But before that, is there any difference in Power Pages features and storage for authenticated and anonymous as well? So sometimes there is some sort of difference in the features as well, or the storage capacity you get. So this is, you can also get it from the Microsoft official website as well. So for authenticated user, you can see like you can have all these features with the black dots. But for anonymous user, you don't get obviously this authentication providers and all. And in terms of the storage, you can access the system, custom, and virtual table. But from the Dataverse capacity perspective, you can see for anonymous user, you get only 500 MB Dataverse capacity. Okay, and 4 GB for the file capacity. So this is from the storage or the feature perspective. You can also distinguish like what anonymous is, because sometimes I have seen like there are a lot of customer things like, okay, I have to pay very less for the anonymous user. Let's create a website for anonymous, right? It's not a very, I would say, and according to Microsoft also, it is not a good practice actually. Just from the cost perspective, you are making your site anonymously accessible, right?
Mhm.
So that is not a good practice. So you should not think it that way, that if I make my site or the Dataverse content online publicly for anonymous user, I have to pay very less for that. You always have to think about like which is your business data, which is sensitive. You may not want to expose that.
You see number 8 of the Access Dynamics uses our tables. Next to store and manage data. Is that limit to a custom?
No, that is different. Actually, when you go to the Microsoft site, that 8 number, you will find some information. They have written something about that. Yeah. So that's why I'm saying, like, just refer to the MS website. This is just wanted to showcase, like, there is a slight difference in the features or the storage capacity if you use the authenticated anonymous user. And this is like, let's understand the licensing with some real-time example. So probably you will be clear from that. So this is I have created just for my understanding. Probably you will also understand with that. So for example, like if you understand the subscription-based license, let's say you have 3 websites in your environment, website A, B, and C, and you have the subscription-based license. So, month A, 90 users logged in your website or use the website, month 2, 80 users, and the month 3, the 100 users. So you have to pay like this, if you purchase the pack of 200, then it comes under the 100 user pack. So you have to pay $600 for 3 months. This is the example of subscription. And this is the example of pay as you go, like, month 1, only 2 user access your website. So, and the month 3, in the month 2, no one has access your website. So you don't have to pay anything here, right? So $0. And website A, B, and C in the month A was used by only 9 users. So it's 9 multiplied by 4. So it's just $36 per site per month. So this is how you can calculate. Obviously, this is just a very high level, but there are a lot of other things are there. So you always refer to actual pricing for Microsoft website.
Or you can switch between the pay-as-you-go and the monthly.
Yeah, that is also possible.
Maybe related to the question is number 8. So I would say there's also another difference. This is also the license for external users, but they have also portals for internal users. And then they have, for example, our pages, I don't know, the user plane was called at some time, so that you're allowed to have multiple apps. And you have the allowance to use multiple portals as well.
Yeah.
But this number 8, for example, is then the exclusion. There are some tables in the Dataverse that are dynamic specific. So if you, for example, have dynamic field service, there's a field service portal, and you use external contractors in the field service module. And you need to have a specific license for these if they want to access the work order.
Yeah.
It's called
Multiplex.
Multiplex.
no, not multiplexing, but these tables are restricted tables,
Exactly.
which are coming with specific licenses.
Exactly.
Like work order for field service, the incident or service table.
Same for the customer self-service, so customer service as well, like case management and all.
Yeah.
So it's really a complex topic, so license.
Exactly.
Yeah, a classic example is some companies, they try to create the same experience that you have in the sales module on the portals to reduce costs, right? Because a sales professional license is what, $65 I believe. And theoretically you could, if you can push the data into a lead table, so you have all your sales guy in the field using a portal. They feed the lead table, somebody qualifies, or you could use code to qualify those leads, then now you have offset that cost. So that's what Microsoft does not want.
Another question, back onto that main table that you're showing us, the difference between authenticated user pay as you go and anonymous users. At the bottom, where it says Microsoft Database, I'm actually looking at it on my laptop now. In terms of database capacity, that is under the authenticated user, and then 500 megabyte data capacity for the anonymous. Is that a one figure? I can't imagine that would be 2 gig per authenticated user database capacity. If it was 5, we only get 200.
Per license, right?
Yeah. No,
In terms of the storage capacity, right? So for an anonymous user, they get 500 MB database capacity and 4 GB file capacity.
That would be per user.
No, it's not a per user actually. No.
No,
Exactly.
it's just one shot.
This
Yeah, because you don't know
capacity.
which user.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's one
It's the
shot.
overall capacity you get. Yeah.
that's the total capacity. It doesn't matter how many
No.
users, as long as we are using pay as you go.
No. As I told, Power Pages is a standalone project now, right? So when you purchase that, it comes with some Dataverse capacity, right? So whenever you purchase, so this plan is not related to whether you already have the Power Apps or some other licenses. This is basically in terms of if you purchase that Power Pages as a standalone product, then in that case, how much capacity you get as a Dataverse. So, yeah, so that
It's like a one-off.
exactly. Okay, so I think I can demonstrate that. But being a developer, whenever you start designing your website, you get plenty of ways these days, right? This is a quite old slide deck, but that time you had only 2 ways available. The first is Power Page app, and the second is Portal Management app. Now this Power Pages app is nothing; it's just a design studio. Okay, so being a developer, there are a couple of ways we will look into it. To design the Power Pages website. The first option, the preferred way, is Design Studio, and that is the low-code, no-code designer tool that you can use to design your website. And Microsoft is, investing a lot of things here only. The Portal Management app is a model-driven app. Okay, that was the old way of, customizing the portal, but it is still relevant because most of the advanced customization you still have to do from this model driven app. But at least you should aware about it. Like if something you are not getting in the design studio, you have to head over to the management app to do that stuff. Yeah. So there are two ways to do that. And I think Microsoft is planning to, move all the features from this portal management app to the design studio so that you have a single place to, customize everything. But right now you have to, just back and forth, go here and there, because that's how I do actually. And the another way that I think is not there in the slide deck. Yeah, it's not there in the slide deck, but the another way that recently you can start doing is VS Code based development. Okay, so you can, if you have the VS Code in your local machine, you can take the export of your website on your local machine and you can start customizing that. Now, what is the advantage of doing that? Because you can do the development offline as well, right? Because these two approaches are online, but sometimes you want to do the offline work as well, and you can take the backup of your configuration on your local machine. So if something goes wrong, you still have that configuration on your local machine. And the Copilot feature, like sometimes let's say you have to write a validation code in the JavaScript, or you have to write you have to design a HTML form. So there is a Copilot integration is there in the VS Code. So you can just open the Copilot in the left panel, ask the Copilot, like, help me write a JavaScript code for the first name, last name validation. So you will get the code, you can copy it directly in your code, and you can directly push it from your VS Code to your Dataverse. So that is quite developer friendly way to design the website. So that is the third way of doing that. Okay. Power Pages is basically for everyone. It's now, as you can see, like it is for the low code makers. So you have got the design studio where the normal app maker who don't have the the technical skills, they can still design your website. But when it is relevant, like if you have to design an end-to-end website, you cannot only rely on the low code or no code tools, right? I don't think any website developed on the Power Pages without using script or liquid code, right? I know, like Microsoft, says like, you can do everything with a low code, no code. But being a developer, I have done a lot of Power Pages project. It only helps you to kickstart the development, right? The thing, for example, for small things, I used to do a lot of efforts, or spend a lot of time. But nowadays, using this low code, at least I don't need to spend the time on the small things. I can work on the I can work on the productivity part, like writing scripts and liquid code. But these can small things we can easily do it with the low code.
Yeah, I think of the products in the platform, Power Pages is probably the one that's requires the most code.
Exactly. Yeah. And from the pro code perspective, you have a lot of options for the professional developers. You have got the GitHub, Azure DevOps, CI/CD pipeline. You can, ALM integrations, VS Code extensions, inline code. So I'm going to discuss that as well. And for the IT administration as well, because since it's a public facing website, there are a lot of maintenance is also required. For example, let's say you have to restart your website sometimes if something is not going good, or the website is not performing as expected. You have to restart that. You have to put your website on the maintenance mode sometimes, right? In the production, whenever let's say you are doing deployments and all, you have to do the custom SSL certificates and all to change the domain of your site. And there are a lot of admin related settings. For example, you have to integrate SharePoint integration. You have to integrate the Power BI integration. So you just need to turn in and turn off these features. As I talked about the CDN, WAF. So these all the settings you get it on the admin center. Okay, and you may not have the admin access always. So it's a IT admin responsibility. You can do all this kind of things. Okay. Yeah. So what kind of login or registration you have to provide? So it has Facebook, LinkedIn, Google, Microsoft. A lot of login providers are there. So all the kind of admin related stuff you can handle. So basically, it's for everyone. It's a fusion team. Everyone has their own responsibility. Everyone can work independently. So, for example, uh, low code, no code team. So you get some lead from your client. You have to quickly design a demo or the POC for your client. You don't need the professional developer for that. The low code, no code maker can quickly set up a website within half an hour or 1 hour and can showcase the demonstration to their client. Once you get the project, the professional developer can actually put their efforts to design that website. And once you are ready to deploy to the production, your IT administration team can come to the picture that can ensure like all the security measures are taken care of, right?
So the WAF is only switched on for the release production.
Yeah.
So I assume if you need to do some testing on the WAF because you can't just switch on like that.
Yeah.
Nothing works. You'd have to set up two production instances, production and for test. So I'll get the security.
Yeah. Basically, there is no internal tool as such provided by the Microsoft to test your website. But as I said, like there is a tool called Run Site Checker that actually scan through your all configuration that developer has done. Because just few years ago, Microsoft has seen a lot of security loopholes in the website, not because of the fault of the Microsoft. It's because of the developer has not followed the best practices, right? So they actually provided the option like enable the table permission or enable the security on that particular table. So developer forgot that, right? Let's say. So the accidentally the data is being exposed to the public side. So to make sure that these kind of things doesn't happen in your website, there are a lot of security enhancement that Microsoft did recently, right? Because so that's why this go live checklist is also there. So if, for example, you have accidentally expose some contact data or the account data, then it will list down in the list like, okay, this particular data is being exposed publicly. Do you really want to do that or not? So you can fix that out. So I think the last one is the portal life cycle. It is important from, if you just want to trial out some features before purchasing the existing, actual licenses. So you can get a trial for 30 days, and I think it's in preview right now that you can extend it for 90 days as well for Power Pages. And then after that, you can, if you don't convert that to the production, then after 7 days, it will goes into the suspended state, and then finally it got deleted, right? This is only happens whenever you created the site as a trial one. Okay. There is another way that I think you might have already done that. That is a developer site. So if you have the Power Platform developer environment, if you create the Power Pages site in the developer environment, it by default created as a developer site, and it doesn't comes with any expiry. But the restriction is that you cannot convert it to the production, and it will always be as a private site, right? For example, if you have created your site in your developer environment, I cannot access that. It will not be publicly available. So that is only for the trial and demo purpose, just to try out the features. And once you decide that, then of course you can purchase the license.
It's important to highlight that these names, developer or production, this is website types. Whether they are your production or UAT, it really depends to each environment you are connected.
And if you might be interested, so now who are using the Power Pages site, so there are a lot of organizations who are publicly using the Power Pages site. Microsoft internal portals are also, most of the Microsoft portals nowadays are on the Power Pages site only. You may not know, like, because it doesn't look like the Power Pages site. For example, Release Planner portal, and I've seen some other portals as well. I think XRM Toolbox, it's also on the Microsoft Power Pages site now. So a lot of tools are there, and a lot of real customers are also using the Power Pages site as well. So this is just a couple of name of the customer. And this is, I think, Victor has already highlighted this thing, like what is enhanced data model. So as you know, like Microsoft Power Pages evolved from the ADH Studio, and you always often see, whenever table and column are created are from the prefix ADX underscore. And the problem was that whenever you had to create an site, or if you have to deploy any site, it used to take a lot of time, because every time it used to create the tables and other configurations. But now using this enhanced data model, that is the latest one, your website can be provisioned faster. So that is quite common question from everyone, like what is the difference? What being a developer, what is the difference for me as a enhanced data developer Power Pages? So website provisioning is quite faster. Design studio experience is also faster. Whenever you make any changes in that, it reflects immediately. Website configuration can be contained in the solution. So whatever you are doing today in the Power Pages, everything remains in the solution so that you can deploy as part of the solution. So earlier, whenever you have to deploy the Power Pages site, you had to use either configuration migration tool, okay, or you have to use some XRN toolbox like portal record move or something. This tool is there. So community people develop that. But now you can add the whole Power Pages site, same like the components inside the Dataverse solution, and you can deploy that. As I told, like site or the website is the root folder. If you just add the site in your solution, every components will link to that automatically. Okay, so you can provide the ALM experiences, but I think it has still some limitations, right? Because it's a new feature and it doesn't support the incremental deployment, right? For example, like I have to deploy, so in the first deployment, I have deployed the whole site. Now you just made the changes in the web pages on the little bit of scripting. So you have to deploy the whole site again. There is no kind of a specific component-based deployment.
Yeah.
Right. So that is the limitation. But I know like a lot of Power Pages team expert confirm that they are working on that so that you can simply do the incremental deployment as well. So for that, if you want to do the incremental deployment, you have got other ways that we also look into it in the demo. The first is Power Platform CLI. Okay. And the second is your DevOps CI/CD pipeline. So that is a way you can do the incremental deployment and the automation of the deployment as well. So if you use the enhanced data model, it automatically has all the features that Microsoft releasing in the Power Pages, and all the bug fixes are also there. And few weeks before, Microsoft has shared an article where they have given the step-by-step instruction to migrate your site from standard data model to the enhanced data model. Okay, because of course, like everyone who is using the Power Pages site, their data model is a standard data model.
Yeah.
So if you are creating new now, it will be always the enhanced data model, but all the existing customer will have the standard. So they have provided a step-by-step instruction. I'll share that link with you. So that actually helps you to migrate your site from standard to enhanced. So there are a few features that in the preview we'll also check, like these features earlier in the preview, but some of the features from this list has already generally available now. There are co-pilot features that Victor will also highlight, like how to create the site, create the pages or the forms and all other stuff using the co-pilot and AI. That will also look into it. So the co-pilot and AI, one of the recent features that I would say. Yeah, I think, yeah, so let's start it with some demonstrations. So how many of you has already set up the site, your environment? Anyone does that? Yeah, not everyone. Okay. Okay, nobody's like, I would expect like I will show some kind of demonstration and I want you to do some things to play around with like how the components works and also that you will better understand. I don't want to demonstrate and create by my own because I've been doing this from so long, but I want you to do that. And if you're stuck somewhere, then I will guide you. But of course, there are a lot of components and things we discuss and everything you will not be able to do it. But I actually, me and Victor actually taken the case study of event management. Okay, so we'll actually take the example of event management. We'll create some tables related to the event management, like speakers, event registrations, sessions, and all. And then we will create a website where the speakers or the participants can see like how many events are organizing by a particular website. They will register for the event. So we'll try to some these kind of things so that you will at least know that how you can create the components. Okay, and if you are able to do that, then we will jump into the some advanced thing as well. For example, like how you can write the liquid, or how you can change the UI of it, how you can do the cloud flow integrations and all. So it's up to the speed, I would say, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Should we have like a blank website? We can follow.
We can
Yeah.
create. If you have created one, that's great. If not, we can create one now.
Exactly, right. If you already have created, then fine. If not, then you can create that as well. Because when you create now, it will, as I told, like, it's enhanced data model, so it will not take long. It will take few minutes to set up. So just wanted to give a quick heads up here, like whenever you have to create a website, you first need to come to the Power Apps Maker portal, okay? And then if you don't find this website option in the left panel, click on more, and here you can pin that item. So that you don't need to find it every time. So click on the website and you have got option called new website. Okay. So if you already set up the website, then you don't need to recreate that. If you have not done yet, so just create on the website. Like what do you recommend? Like, should we start from the template, or I think we can use a template if you want.
Yeah. Where are you? Which region?
I think it's a UK region.
UK.
Yeah.
Okay.
Want to change anything here?
No, you can go. What I wanted to highlight. Yeah, maybe we could show this. Let me see.
Sure. So meanwhile, Victor is saying, like, so when you come here, you get to see these options, home, where you see all the active sites, inactive sites, templates. You can start creating your site from the template. So for example, like you want to do the event registration. So probably you can also choose the program registration option. And you can see like what are the pages looks like in the program registration. Exactly. Yeah.
Go.
So I clicked on, I added websites to the left-hand side from the Power App Studio.
Yeah.
Clicked on create new website. I don't get the same UI. Oh,
It's not because you,
Oh, is that
yeah,
right?
you know, how.
Keep your laptop here.
Let me see if I can connect. We can come back to yours in a second. I just want to show the a little bit of the Copilot experience.
Yeah, sure.
See if I can find it. Connect.
yeah. Go to make it.
Lowercase, right? MS.
MS event. MS event 878
It's
W0 WO
878.
WO.
You just make it.
You can set your stand from so long. Yeah, now I will stand.
It's
So the training is probably which template would you choose? I'll just start.
I want to show. We're gonna come back here, but I want to show something real quick.
Yeah.
Because it's not available yet in the UK region, but it's available in the States. So I just want to quickly show that. And one tip I would give is that if you ever want to try the latest features, usually they are released in the US. You can always create a developer environment in the US. That way you can test those things there as well. Let me see here.
I've been joining this meeting as well, because people are online. So
Oh yeah.
just join it and screen share.
Was that shared with
Welcome.
our community?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Edge.
So you want to show the Copilot features, right?
Yeah.
So Victor is going to showcase some Copilot features first. So you can create, just check like whether you have those features available in your region. If not, then I'll help you out like how you can create the portal either from the templates or from
Yeah, I'll quickly show that and then we'll go back to
screen share. Just unmute yourself.
perfect.
That's it. You can minimize it.
All right. For some reason, it is preventing me from creating a website. Maybe I have too many sites already created.
Yeah.
So what I will do is I'll delete this guy for now. When I delete a site, it doesn't delete the data associated with it. It just deletes the infrastructure, the Azure App Service associated with it. So
Yeah, this is also one of the common question. Like if I delete the website, will it delete the all configuration or the data that I made in my Dataverse? So it doesn't. Okay. So deleting the website means just an entry in the website table. Okay. Your data will remain in your application, in your Dataverse. So don't worry about that.
all right.
You can create your new website and can link with the existing configuration as well. So sorry.
You delete the data, so if somebody,
That's a good one.
somebody asks for their data to be removed in your website, it's gone.
It's tough to clean up because you have so many tables and records that you have to delete. You could still write a package to do it.
So you're talking about the portal configuration data?
No, so if you've got user data, so you've deleted a website. but
Okay.
Your website has got user data.
Oh.
You know, private information.
So
How do you therefore go back and delete all of that user data?
So usually, like Arpit mentioned, you have two kinds of data. You have the data that you use to run the site itself, and then you have the components in that site that collect data for tables that you have customized in your system, right? So the site won't store that data separately before pushing it to the respective tables in Dataverse. It's actually saving it straight to the table. For example, in this website exercise, we're going to create an events management application, right? In this site itself, I can register as a potential speaker and submit a session. That information is stored on a separate table. Those tables, though they are exposed in my site, they are not part of the configuration of my site per se. Okay.
I can quickly show them so that they
You,
will.
you don't have the screen.
Oh,
Yeah, we'll do.
no worries, no worries. So
Yeah,
I'll show
let me
that
let me
later.
show this real quick and then we'll come back to the
Okay, perfect.
to the script,
Yes.
right? So I mean,
Did you already install the portal? Excuse me, sir. Did you already install the portal in your site? In your environment already? Not created. Otherwise, I would have shown you in your environment. But don't worry, I'll show you that your question will be clear. So basically, in the Dataverse, as I told, like there are two things: design plus data. Okay, and both the things stored in the Dataverse only. Design means, for example, if I have to create a form, I have to create a web page, HTML control. So I will create a design. That is called a design. That is also stored in the Dataverse. And second is data. Data means your customer data. They have registered, they have contact, account, case, lead, and all. So they are also stored in the Dataverse. Now your question is, if I delete the data manually, how can I do that? So imagine you have done a lot of configuration for your portal. You have created forms, list, and everything. So if you want to delete that data, you no longer need that. You just delete the website. from the Dataverse. Deleting the website from here is a different thing. Okay, this is just a this is just an entry. But whenever you open the portal management app and delete the website record, and I told you like all the portal configuration is linked with that website. So if you delete that root website, all the portal configuration will be
It
deleted.
should, yeah.
Okay, so there is a difference. I know like there is a quite confusing thing like deleting the website from here and deleting the website from portal management app. I'll show you that as well. But if you are talking about deleting the customer data like lead opportunity, and that is a quite different thing, right? Because you might be using that data for the internal users. Your internal coworkers are also using that data. So you may not want to delete that data on the production. So yeah, so there are two different things. Deleting website from here, it's just a entry, it's just an app. Okay, because as I told you, like when I showing the slide deck, I shown you two things: portal app and portal management app. So portal app is just a designer app. So if you delete that, it will not delete the website record. But if you go to the portal management app and delete the website, then your portal configuration will be deleted.
All right, so I'm in the US region, and in here you have three options for creating a website. You can use the options that are there for most of the regions. Start with a template, the one that Arpit just showed, or start from blank, which is a bare bones portals template, or you can use Copilot to generate your site. Okay, so in this example, I'll say create a site.
I'm not sharing, sorry to interrupt.
I am not.
Yeah, I actually shared that, so you stop sharing that.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Let me share once again. Sorry. So in here, I can say create a site for events management. And now the quality of my result is dependent on the prompt that I provide. So this is a very simple prompt. I shouldn't expect a whole lot off of it. We'll talk about prompt engineering for Power Pages tomorrow. Maybe we can talk about it a little bit, but this is enough to get started. Okay, so we'll hit send and see what Copilot comes up with. Now, the way Copilot works is this version as it is today is not able to infer to the data model that you have in the Dataverse and come up with a whole lot of stuff, for example, forms and lists and all that stuff. It's just doing a little bit of design work for me so that I don't have to. Okay. And my prompt was really poor. It really didn't come up with a whole lot. If I was more specific, it would have created different pages for my site as well. So not only I get a home page, I get a about page and FAQ, so on and so forth,
You
right?
can ask like design a page with the call for speakers, event registration, so it will create along with the website as well.
Yes. So it would add more to it. But that's the first experience where AI is playing a role here in Power Pages. We'll look into the other ones as well. But in your example, what should we do? Should we use the blank template? I personally like to use the blank template more than anything else nowadays. So it's up to you. What do you say?
Yeah. So are you able to create with the Copilot? Is it available in your region? Okay.
Okay, so you can use Copilot for
Exactly.
that.
So we can go ahead with that so that we can expedite the creation process. So,
Yeah, if you don't have Copilot in your region, you can create from blank and add the details and then hit done.
Exactly. So it doesn't matter. Just create the site, whether you are creating using Copilot or creating a blank site. So just go ahead with that and let me know if you find any issue.
Yeah.
If you create with the Copilot, at least you will get some existing UI and all. So you don't need to spend time to design the site in that case.
Yeah, I'll create mine with Copilot if it lets me go back. That's the thing with Microsoft, you can only move forward. Create. Let's do it.
It'd be more useful if they can adding as a feature.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. But I think, Victor, like one thing we need to mention here is like, this website is fine, but if we create any forms and all, it doesn't create in the solution yet, right? That
Yeah.
is still not there. So I think that,
Yeah, we'll
right.
we'll talk about it's funny because just doing build they announce a few changes, so we'll be able to tackle those things as well.
Yes.
So my prompt is create a site for events management to list events, allow for session submission or a speaker.
Form for speaker.
And event registration. Let's see what it gives us now.
So creating site and everything was not that faster earlier when we were using the standard data model. But nowadays you see like, whenever you set up the Power Platform environment, some of the components, I think Microsoft already create that with setting up the environment. So every time when you are setting up the or creating a site, that solution always not installed in your environment.
So you see now that it has added a few more pages. All of this stuff is like static content, if you will. There isn't anything here that's really tapping into data in the Dataverse. So we'll just select a few pages, and you can do the same on yours if you want. Just add a few pages, and then let's wait for this environment to be set up.
And currently in this site, there is no Dataverse data is being exposed, like account, contact, and all. So that we will do it later. It's just a design components.
All right, this was supposed to be fast. It is faster than before, but not quite as fast as we want, right? So let's wait. Awesome. When this is created, you land on this tool that's called Power Pages Design Studio. You still have Copilot here on the side. We'll talk about this assistant later, but let's talk about a little bit on the components of Design Studio. So you used to have up until day before yesterday, you had only 4 workspaces. The Pages workspace is where you manage each page of your website, and it's where you can highlight a page and you can go ahead and add some components. So you can add a section to your page. It's going to ask you what is the layout that you want to use. I can go to an existing section and say, I wanted to add content, if it allows me to do that. Maybe not. Let me go in here. So I can add some of the components. And again, we'll talk about these components in a second. And there is some new names here.
And I
You
think
seen this? This is this is like out of the oven. Yeah, art gallery.
Okay.
Yeah, that's brand new. But let's keep on tracking here on the workspaces. You have a second workspace is the styling workspace. And in here, you can decide if you want to use a theme to style your website. If I'm doing a demo to a customer, I usually look at their website and then I come back to the theme selector here and try to select a color scheme or color palette that matches the customer's brand the closest. And then I can go ahead and change, fine tune the color based on what I see on the customer's website. Okay. Now, if I'm a pro developer and I have an understanding of CSS, bootstrapping CSS, I can come in here, click the 3 dots. I don't think this is good UI, but anyhow, this is how you do it. You go to manage CSS. You can upload your own CSS file and you can add it from here once you have uploaded as well. Okay, you can go through to the code and make changes there.
And here you also can see like it's the bootstrap framework is there, right? So that shows like the whole, these are the three default the internal CSS that Microsoft used to design the portal. So it's not recommended that you customize that unless you are a very expert in the UI design and all.
Yeah.
So you always have to upload your own CSS on top of it.
You could use another one, but then you would
Exactly.
have to rewrite some of the HTML to respond to your own CSS framework.
But the thing is that, the current Power Pages site that you create is built on the Bootstrap 5 version. Okay. If you choose the lower version, then it will be mismatch in your controls. So it's always better to use the latest Bootstrap framework.
Yeah.
And if you upload the CSS here, if you have, for example, you can just take an example. You just create a CSS file in your local machine with the extension .css, upload it here. You can directly open that into the VS Code web version.
Yeah.
So you don't need to, open it in the any kind of editor. So yeah.
I think the point being is you could theoretically use different frameworks like Flex or Fluent UI, so on and so forth. But there are some internal components. For example, if you want to use the basic form from Microsoft, the one that renders the Dataverse form within Power Pages, then you can't really override the classes to respond to your own CSS.
Exactly.
That's where you lose a little bit there. Now, one note I would make, again, this is more for the developers would be working here. Microsoft by default controls the sequence of the CSS load stage. So by default, I think they forced theme and Portal Basic to be the last one on the stack. But once you upload yours, you can go back to the Power Pages management app, and then you go to an area called web files, and then you can select which order you want your CSS file to load in that particular stack. So you could still do overrides in your CSS file and force it to be the last one to be loaded in that particular sequence. So this is how you do it.
So this is I was talking about like in the first tab, Victor has opened the Design Studio that is for the low code no code makers, and you don't find everything in that low code no code makers. In the second tab, you see the model driven app gets open, right? It's a Power Pages management app. So you find everything in this app. So Microsoft is gradually moving all the features to the Design Studio so that you have a single tool experience to design the whole website.
I'm trying to find one example here that I can use. I may not be able to find a CSS file, but maybe later on we can do that. But the point being is you can always go to the file in the backend and then you alter the display order. You put a big number, it's going to be the last one in that particular stack.
Exactly.
Yeah. So the next workspace that you have is the data workspace. And this, come on. This area, we used to do a lot of work, like Arpit said, we used to do a lot of work using multiple tools to get things done. The data workspace is essentially tapping to what you have already built for your Dataverse, but instead of forcing me to go all the way down to the maker web portal and open a table, open a solution and a table, so on and so forth, I can do it from here. But it's important to highlight that you have this particular option here to select what is your preferred solution when you are customizing the data, because in theory, you are customizing data components, be it the table or forms or views for your portal, but essentially these components, they exist in Dataverse first. So if I were not to select my preferred solution and I created a new field here, it would use the prefix for the default solution within my Dataverse environment. Does that make sense to everyone? Okay. So it's important to select the one that you want, but you can do everything else here. You can include an existing table. You can make change to a form and then label that form, maybe add a tag to say, this is my portal form. I have a table with 100 fields, but for my portal or my site, I just want to expose 15 fields, right? So that's where you would do this kind of work.
And one of the major advantage of using Power Pages is like, you create the form in the Dataverse that can used by the internal users, and the same form you can use it on the portal website as well. Right? So creating the form on the Power Pages website doesn't mean you have to write your HTML code and all to design that page, right? You just design your page as Victor is showing here. You just come to the data section, navigate to the table, create the form here only in the Dataverse. Just look up, drop down, choice all the data types sort of, and you can directly expose it to the portal.
Yeah. One thing that it's not yet available here in this area is the ability to see the design version of a form that exists in Dataverse, but you want to expose on the portal. So testing look and feel becomes hard because you always have to go to the portal itself, run it, and say, okay, this field doesn't quite look as well as I expected. So the preview form viewer, if you will, on this area is not using the rendering engine from Power Pages. Okay, so that is one downside. So you have the setup works space. This is where you can do a little bit of administration. Arpit talked about running checklists. You can go to the admin area from here where you can upload SSL certificates. You can do all kinds of things in terms of management. You can activate some of the integration items that you have available as well. Cloud flows. I'm not sure why it's not showing. Oh, Copilot Studio, if you want to have a chat bot in your site search, so on and so forth. Now, this is a brand new workspace here, the security workspace. So a lot of things that used to be in different areas have been moved here. And this is really cool. In the past, we had no ability to whitelist font sources. So if you wanted to use a custom font that was hosted on a site that Microsoft didn't allow, then you're out of luck. You had to move things around. But now you can whitelist some of the sources. You can do course configuration as well, cookie configuration. So this is all brand new. I haven't had a chance to explore. So to your point, this
Same
may
here.
may fix the issue with creating cookies now.
I think these features, all this, new UI, they have got changed, I think, few days back only after
Yeah,
MS build, I guess.
yeah, they
Yeah,
announced it
so I
during
also
MS
didn't get
Build.
chance to look into these features now. But yeah, it's good. Like all the security related stuff is now grouped together.
Yeah, and there are some things here that it's not showing on the site because I think it's a developer type of site. But
Site details.
yeah, in integration, you would have two additional options here, DocuSign and also Stripe payments, but it's not showing for me on this website type. So we'll find maybe a production type of site and then showcase that there. All right, before I give the control here back to Arpit, I just want to show two things, and then we'll go back to schedule here. One being, you have a Copilot assistant on the side where I can ask things like, create me a new page with this type of content. You can use Copilot for data forms. Um, the basic form creation is not yet looking at the existing data model for reference. So say that I have a table for my events management website. There is a table called event already. If I come here and say create a data form to collect information about events, it will create another table with a different name. Okay. But Microsoft released the multi-step Copilot experience, and that particular Copilot or model is looking into the data model. So I believe it's just a matter of time before the basic form team at Microsoft starts to talk with their peers that they're doing the multi-step setup. Finally, in terms of code manipulation, you can use VS Code desktop, bring your code to the desktop, or you can also use VS Code.dev, which is VS Code Lite version on the browser. So you could still manipulate code if you like to code, but if you don't want to bring the code down to your machine, you can do the manipulation here using this experience, which is really cool for quick demos. Just show this particular setup. Yeah, I can make those changes. I have Copilot for VS Code here as well. I can inquire of the code, so on and so forth, but save here, refresh, resync, and I'm ready to display information to the user. All right, I will stop sharing and give this back to you, Arpit. From there. Sit down.
You're standing for so long. So Victor just demonstrated like how the design studio works, what are the features it has. So it's up to you. Like I would recommend like you create most of the components from the design studio itself rather using any professional developer components so that at least you will understand the component. Otherwise, if you directly jump into the JavaScript and all, you will get confused with that, right? So the first thing that Victor mentioned about the design studio, you can directly, that is the one option. You can design your site. So go to the website, create a website, and all the website will be listed down here. You can just click on add it to, it will take you to the design studio. The second option that I was talking about is the management, Power Pages management app. So that you will find it under the apps because like all the model driven and Canvas app, you can get it in this list. Click on all, and here you will find the Power Pages management app. Okay, so that is basically the for the professional developer, but it's not like professional developer. The low code makers can also use it sometimes. So here you will find all the components in the left panel in the sidebar, websites. So this is I was talking about. Like if you delete this, if you go to the home and if you delete this, yeah, if you delete this, then it will delete this website app. Okay, but when you delete the website inside the Power Pages management app, if you open that, you will see all this is basically the root site and all the components like your pages, your list, your basic forms, multi-step forms, site setting that we just talked about. They are all linked with this website only. So just make sure like you are not deleting this unless you want to just get rid of all the configuration. So if you delete this, all the configuration will be deleted. Okay. And I'm not going to discuss about all the component because we already have a high level look onto it, like content snippet, basic forms, list and all. So we'll start with very basic, like we'll create a event management website. So you already have created a website, you are still it's been provisioned. Everyone created? Okay. So I'm assuming like you have already created a website. So let me head over to the design studio. So I have already created a website and I've already done some kind of groundwork, so I don't need to do it again. So let's imagine you have to first create a toolbar button on top so that you want like so let me do the preview. Okay, so this is how my website looks like. And first, what we want to create a very simple a feature like we will first create a button or a link on the navigation bar. For example, events or maybe whatever you can call it, so that whenever the participant will come to the portal, they will click on that link and they will be redirected to a page where they can see the list of all the events. So we'll take the example of list first. Okay. So how you can do that? So as I told you, like this is basically is nothing, it's just a web links. We call it as web links in the Power Pages. Okay. So we'll come here and then you can just click on this plus page, because as I told you, whatever you have to show on the portal, first of all, you have to create a page, because without a page, you can't create anything. It's just like a container. So click on the page, put the name, view events, and there is an option called add page to the main navigation. So that means you want to show that page name as a link in your toolbar. If you uncheck that, then it will not be available as a link in your toolbar. Okay, so you can see like currently I have the home, dashboard, events, learn, and the document links. If I hit add, I will have a new link called view events here. All right. Now, once I have this link available, what you want to show it on that particular page. So you have got a lot of options here. You want to show some sort of text, because sometimes you may not want to always show the forms or the list. You want to show some kind of, like for example, it's a event management portal. So you want to show some kind of event related information, some news or some campaigns. So you have got text option where you can do the text in as well. One important thing is that whenever you are writing a text or content, you have got the Copilot option as well that helps you write down the content, right, in the professional language, whatever you want. So I'm not going to use the text. And you have got some other options called image if you want to show some images, videos, buttons, iframe. Especially, you are if you are showing multiple information on the pages, if you want to just put a space in between. And what is this flex container?
I haven't used it.
There's a lot of things they are adding, but I have never used this flex container, what it is. And then this is basically connect to data. So you can identify. So these components are specific to data, form, multi-step form, list, and the Power BI. And I'll choose a list because I want to show the list of all the data. So we'll click here and go to list. If you already have the list, then I think you can use that, but just click on new list here. Then here you see like whenever you are creating a list, you have to display the list of data. Now your data must be stored somewhere in the Dataverse, right? So you can see here, it allows you to choose the table, in which table you have stored your data. Okay. So here you can choose contact, account, and all. So since we're going to show the event data, so you first need to create a table in the Dataverse called event. Okay. And in that event table, we will create all the event related details. Okay. So how we can do that? So either you can just cancel it for now. First, go to the data, create a new table, display name. I'm just putting bootcamp just to identify this table is different from whatever I've already created. Okay, we'll create a save. Well, this is the one way how you can create the table. But if you want to get rid of this manual work, you have got the Copilot option as well. So for example, if you head over to the tables, you have got a way called describe the new table, create with the SharePoint. So this we are not going to use. So for example, if we click the describe to new table, you can ask the Copilot like create a event table for me, and you can ask the attributes as well, like how many attributes you want, whatever attributes and want, it will create automatically a table for you. So for example, like okay, so I'm asking Copilot to create a table for me and just setting up the some basic attributes. Okay, so it basically created a table and created also some sample data along with the attributes like event description, start date, end date, and the event mode as well. If I want, I can simply hit create, or I can, if you don't like, for example, like a particular data type, you can also ask the Copilot to change the data type as well, or add some new options in the choices as well. Okay, so just create. Okay, so we have got a table called event details and have some sample data is also there. So we want, we will show that table on the portal now. Okay, so let's head back to the management studio, go to the pages. Let me refresh this for now. Okay, so edit list, click a new list. So here, whenever you want to create a list, you will find a table here. So we have just got created that event details table. And once you choose that table, it will list down all the views of that table. Okay, it's not there right now. We have to create some views for it. Click in new view, active events. So you can choose whatever column you want to add it. For example, event description, event start date, end date, create job. Event mode. Okay, so I just created a view and just to filter that I want to show only active events, save and publish. Okay, so new view got created. Now go back again to my design studio, refresh it. Okay, again, click on the list, click on edit list, event details. Now you have some of the views like active event details, active events. So we'll choose that I just created. Okay. So the advantage is like, whatever we can, if you have to show the list of submitted data that is stored in the Dataverse, you can directly expose the Dataverse view to the Power Pages side. Usually in the other website, you have to write the code to design the grid or the HTML tables and all. But here you can directly expose the views and all. And now you may have this question like, okay, the same view we are using for the internal users, for the Dataverse user, and the same way we are exposing it to the portal. Is there any way we can override the properties of it so that the customers see the different things in the view and the internal users see the different thing? Because being a customer, you see some limited information sometimes. Okay, for example, like you want to change the name of the column. Okay, for example, you have this active view, and here you are showing the event description, start date, end date, event mode. But for internal user, you want to show the same labels for this column, but for the customer, the same view will have a different name of the column. But in the Dataverse, they will be having a same name, but portal has the ability to, override that property as well. So that we also look into it. So we have selected the view. You can give the name of your list, add name your site. If you click on the action tab, you have got some more option. Like create a new record, download list content. So create a new record means, whenever you show the list of data, you will show create option on the right top corner. So the user can directly create the data as well. Same like you get the experience in the model driven app. Sometimes you want to allow user or customer to download the data from the list in the Excel format, right? So that is also possible. Whenever you are showing the list of data, you may want to show the option at the row level. For example, it is basically helpful whenever you are creating a portal for approval or the rejection, right? For example, you are seeing the list of data. Your manager will select a particular record from the in a particular row and approve it or reject it. So you can apply the row level actions as well. So this is basically for that. You can delete that. You can edit that particular row record in a form. You can view the details. We'll check that later, but we'll keep it simple now. In the more option, you have got the option like how many number of records you want to show it in the list. So if you have more records, then it will automatically show the pagination. So you don't need to, create any sort of pagination data, logic as well. You can enable the search option on top of that list. So enable that. You can provide the placeholder text as well. So for example, I will put search event. And then you can see the message is always there. If you have to do the advanced settings, always head over to the portal management. Okay. So I'll just keep it simple, this app, and just click on done. So it will show a kind of preview of how the list will look like on the portal. But you see a message on the top called new permission. Okay. So earlier this permission related notification doesn't come automatically, but now security features are a lot of enhanced in the Power Pages. So this table you want, because it's a Dataverse table and you are exposing the Dataverse data to the external website. So you always have to enable the permission here. Okay. So we'll click on new permission. It will automatically populate the name of the permission, the table on which you have to enable that permission. But the main thing that is specific to the Power Pages is the access type and the permission too. Okay, this access type is basically 4 types. The first is global, second is contact, third is account, and fourth is self access. So if you work with the Dataverse security roles, you have two main things in the Dataverse security roles. One is access level, and the second is privileges. Yeah, access level means like user level, business unit level, parent business unit level, and the organization level. So that was in terms of security role. And the privileges, you have the create, update, delete, append to. In the similar way, we have the web roles here and the table permissions here. So this access type works in the context of contact. Okay, because portal security work in the context of contact, not the user, right? So if I select the global access, that means I can view all the events, right? It's not any security applied. If I select the contact access, it will list down all the events that is associated with my contact record, right? For example, in the case of case management and all, whatever case or ticket I have raised, I can see only mine. So this is helpful in that case. Account means whatever data is associated with my account. For example, in my contact record in the Dataverse, my account is Capgemini. And whatever data is associated with the Capgemini, I can see that. So this is called account level. In the security role, it is called business unit level, right? You always see the business unit level of record. And the fourth one is the self-access. So self-access means it will only give the access to my contact record. Okay. So what is the use case for that? For example, you want to create a profile page on the portal. So profile page, you always want to update only your contact details, right? If I log in on portal, I should see only my contact record. That is called self-access. Since we already got the profile option on the portal, so if you register on the portal, you will see the profile option, and that is the default option available. But sometimes your customer is not really happy with the default design of the profile, and they want to create the custom profile page where they want to show the the profile picture of the logged in user, and they want to customize as per their need. You can see if I click on the profile, it automatically shown my contact details, right? So every user has their own contact, every customer has their own contact. So I can update my data. So this is basically in terms of self-access. And if you want to create your custom profile page, then the self-access role is required. Otherwise, you don't really use that. Okay.
Is that coming from Intra ID?
Sorry,
Is that coming from Intra ID? The information from you?
this information, no. This is a contact.
Yeah, but when you sign in, you just sign in using Azure AD.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
still, yeah,
It loaded from there first time.
exactly. So see, whatever mechanism I use to log in my portal, whether it's a Facebook, LinkedIn, Azure Active Directory, it will always create a contact in the Dataverse. Okay, and this information is basically pulling from the contact. But whenever I will sign in the register, this information actually pulled from the Active Directory, because I have actually chosen the option Active Directory to register on my website. But if I can go to portal management app and go to the contacts, you will see my contact is already there.
You wanted users to update their information in their in your Active Directory in your Microsoft 365 portal. You give them better rights.
Yeah. Yeah.
To write it back.
Exactly. It depends like what identity provider you are using, right? So for example, you see like active contacts. This is the contact information I am seeing on the portal: name, last name, account, email address, right? And as I was talking about, like how Microsoft detect like you are a registered user or not, because you may have some non-registered users as well in the contact list, right? So if you just select the portal contact form, this one, and you have got the web authentication tab, and here you find all the logged in related information, like login enabled. That means this user has registered on the portal. And in the external identity, it basically store what kind of identity provider you used to register on the portal. Okay, so if I use that, so this is basically coming from the Active Directory because I have used the Azure AD, and you can use the multiple identity provider as well.
But when you edit it and it updates, those makes updating first,
Yeah.
updates the ID.
Yeah.
But does it also come together? So it gets contacting Dataverse. Does it also create contacting Azure, Azure AD?
No.
So that means that if I have a CRM solution, dynamic CRM, so this is not associated with that contact recording in the CRM database.
It is. It is the same table. Well, it
Same
could,
table.
it may not be the same contact record, if that is the question. But it is using the same contact
Yeah,
table.
this is the same contact table because this table is supposed to store your customer information, right? And that is the use case. One of the most common use cases that customer asks, like, oh, you already have thousands of millions of contacts or customer in your Dataverse, and you started using portal after some time, then how you can invite them, right? So imagine I have already contact this, okay, and I invite this customer through my email. So through this email that, okay, we have launched a new website so that you can place an order and all. So customer will log into the website, they will register. So once they will register, a new contact will get created. Okay, but you may not want that because you already have a contact and all the customer data is already associated with that and lead opportunity and all. So that's why the invitation comes into the picture. There is a feature called portal invitation. In that portal invitation, it's kind of, verification link. So you send that to the customer on their registered email ID. They register on the portal, not by directly going to the portal. They click on that link, okay, and then by registered using that link. So by doing that, their contact get related to the existing contact.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah,
Also,
this is called the portal invitation process. So how you can get that option? So if you, let's say, if I go to the account, contact, and I want to invite this particular contact, okay, so you get to see this option, create invitation. Okay, if you click this, it will take you to a new page, the invitation page. And here you see like invited contact. And if you want, like, once the user register from the portal, you want to auto assign the account for that contact. So you can assign that as well. If you want that once the user register from the portal, you want to run some workflow immediately, you can select that workflow here. So let me save this record. As soon as I save it, it will generate a verification code. That verification code is called invitation code, and that will be specific to that contact. Okay. So if I now go down, hopefully they do it here, go to advanced. Here it is. So this is the invitation code it has created specific to this customer. Now the second step, you just click here, click on flow. Hopefully that workflow is activated.
It may not be.
It is activated.
It's there.
So there is a default workflow that Microsoft has provided called send invitation. So step one, create the invitation, generate this invitation code, and then you send the invitation. Now in this sending the invitation, there is a specific format of the URL that Microsoft has provided, like the URL or the main site URL, invitation code, question mark, equal to invitation code equal to this code. So once the user will click on that link, they will be redirected to this page. Let me show you.
Customize that to.
You can
Brand
customize the
Exactly.
message, yeah.
Yeah, you can do. So imagine like I'm just signing it out. Exactly.
You can configure
You can
that in the
configure that.
invitation. Yeah.
So if you can just click on sign in, I think I've removed that option. But if you are using that, you must have an option called redeem invitation here next to the registration.
Yeah.
So the user will redirect to the redeem invitation, and using that link, they will register on the portal. And regarding that expiration and all, and I think you can set that here, expiry date. Yeah. So that you can do that as well.
Question, a silly question. Do you know that create invitation button on your contact board? Is there a specific solution we need to install on our existing database, or is it actually once you enable the our subscription it comes in, or is it already there?
This create invitation option you are talking about.
So a invitation button.
Exactly. That
on-
always come then whenever you,
Always.
exactly, exactly. And the one thing that usually developer or the customer ask for the automation of this, right? Because imagine you have thousands of customer, you cannot go and individually select this create invitation and send invitation because there are two things. So nowadays, because it's a quite an old way of doing that, and I don't think we usually do this after this Power Automate introduced. So in the Power Automate, you can do it automated way as well, right? Since Microsoft is also planning to migrate all the workflow stuff to the Power Automate, so you can do all the things in the Power Automate. So I think I have already done that, so we can show that just that Power Automate. Send portal invitation. Let me check. So I have done, little bit in the Power Automate as well. So whatever steps I have done it manually, you can do it using automatic step like create invitation. Once you will create that invitation, this step will generate the invitation code that you can dynamically map it to your email. So you can see I have generated email, and here this is the format of the URL, and you have to dynamically put that invitation code. And then finally, I have changed the status of the invitation entry to sent. Okay.
Yeah.
So
The 083 and 0B2C turned off.
yeah, I'm coming to that as well.
You've got these 1,000 contacts, and some of them they don't currently exist in the 0B2C or as part of that invitation completion process. You like create, 083 record.
Don't just marry it to an existing contact. It may create a contact record, but since you're sending the invitation
Yeah.
from an existing contact,
Yeah.
then you assume that it's gonna map back. Catch with the external security providers, identity providers, that the last bit of the process is looking up a contact back in your environment.
Yeah.
And a lot of times, there is a note saying that says software development would be perfect if there were no users, right? You send an invitation to a contact record, the user clicks on it, goes to Azure B2C, and they register an account with a different email address. Now, when you close the loop, looking up that user in your database, it's a new contact. Now you end up with two contacts, no matter what, right? So you have those scenarios. Arpit, he walked us through on the lessons online to cover how to cover for those scenarios. But yeah, you can still do automation using Power Automate to control that.
Assume that staff should be redirecting current contacts and then they redirect them to use another like B2C to authenticate them in the contact they should see what.
Yeah, what was the provider? Yes, 100%. Yeah.
So one of the complex thing in the Power Pages is how you invite the existing contact, because this feature and all using is a different thing, but how you onboard or invite the existing contact or customer to access your portal, because this the scenario that I discussed, this invitation I have told you for the local authentication. Okay, but imagine you are using Azure Active Directory or Azure AD B2C, then the process will be a little bit different. Okay, so that's why Victor mentioned like this last week only, how the onboarding process looks like from the B2C perspective. I have given a very detailed demo. So I've conducted 2 sessions on that, because local authentication is deprecated now. So you don't need to use that. So if I just go there, security, identity providers, and here you can see all the identity provider that Power Pages supports. But this local authentication, since there is no label kind of deprecated and all, but if you go to the Microsoft official website, they recommend don't use that. This is only recommended for testing purpose from the development perspective. But in the production, the Azure AD B2C is the recommended way. So that should be the default identity provider. Now, on top of that, it's up to you or it's your client what additional external identity provider they want, for example, Facebook, LinkedIn, or Microsoft. But your default identity provider should be B2C. So I think I have already enabled that as well. For example, like if I go back to my site and click on B2C, it takes me to this B2C page. And in that session, I've already demonstrated, because this is one of the most common requirement, like how I can rebrand this Azure AD B2C login or sign up page. That is quite common requirement. So I have also demonstrated that how you can do that. So this is one of the default way. You click on sign up now, and then you register yourself from here. And because the invitation process for B2C is quite different. Imagine like the first thing, your user is already have an account in the Active Directory or in the B2C. Then how you can invite them? Okay. Second scenario is that like you already have the contact, and you want to invite the existing B2C users, but you don't want to give them the sign up option on the portal. Because if you see, if I go to the B2C account, I will see the sign up now option. Okay. But you may not want to always show the sign up now option for all the public facing website. You want to restrict that, because if you want to expose the sign up now, anyone can come to your website and do the registration. How you will handle that thing? So you always want to invite only those contacts that you actually want to access the portal. So these kind of scenario I've already discussed in that session, that you need to turn off the sign up now option, and you already have the contact. So either you send them the signing link, or you send them the temporary password, so that they whenever they will come to this screen, they will only find the email address and password option. They will put their email address, same whatever they have in the contact, and the password we will send it as a temporary password. So as soon as they put it here and click on sign in, they will be redirected to the change password screen. It's kind of forcefully we are asking them to change the password. Once they do that, they will be directly redirected to the portal site. And one more scenario that I discussed, like most of the client were using the local identity provider on the production, because earlier it was not the deprecated version. Now they are planning to migrate it to the Azure AD B2C. So how you can migrate that? Because imagine the customer has already registered using some other identity provider. Now they have to migrate it to the B2C, the default one. So now how the experience will be in that case? So in that case, again, the same scenario, you have to send them the B2C link. They have to sign in, and you have to tell them like either you can send them the password reset link, so that they will put their email address, change their password, and directly link it to the existing contact. Or you can just disable the sign up option now, because I have seen with many customers, they don't want to enable the sign up now option, because this will lead to create unnecessary contacts, right? How you can stop that if the registration option is enabled on the portal? Okay. So I don't want to dig into more that, but this is how you can do the Azure AD B2C and all. Okay, so I think I need to go back to the design studio now. Yeah, go to pages. So I was talking about the permission, right? So yeah, so global access, contact, account, and the self access. So since on the event, we don't want to put any security, because we want like everyone can see all the events that we are publishing on our website. So we will keep it as a global this. Okay. But whenever I will register for my event, that will link with the contact. Okay. So that the event that I have registered, or the event for I have actually applied for, no one else can see my registration. So for that, we will use the contact access. So we'll keep the read one, or so the read means, you can only read that data. You can update it, you can create it, you can delete that. Append and append to basically use whenever you are associating with child record. So just creating a table permission is not sufficient. You have to associate with the role. Okay. Same like you do it in the Dataverse. By default, you see 3 web roles available: anonymous, authenticated, and administrator. Anonymous, if you select the anonymous, that means this permission will be applied for anonymous users. If you select authenticated, that means this permission will be for authenticated. Administrator means they are the site administrator. They can do anything on the site. So you can, create the permission based on this web roles. So if I choose the authenticated one, that means the event list will only be accessible to the authenticated user. Okay, and we'll hit save. Okay, so now you see like there is no error. Sorry, there is no notification is coming now. Let me hit preview. Well, I'm not signing on the portal, so I see the error. You don't have permission to view this record because I have enabled it for the authenticated user. So I just click on sign in and click on Azure AD. And I can see you can find, all the events data is available here. Since I have not enabled the other features, so let me go back to the Design Studio, click on the edit list. And if you go to the actions, if you want to allow user to create a new record, so of course you need a form so that user can fill up that form. So I think we will create a form after the lunch. Victor, what do you say? Yeah, because I think we are also out of time. So this is the example we have shown for list. Everyone is with me, or is someone is stuck somewhere? Any questions on the list so far? You're clear, right? Okay. Okay, so after the lunch, we will look into like how to create the forms, and we'll see some other components as well. For example, like you can see in my website, I have done a lot of things on the home page as well, right? This is quite common requirement that how you can put this kind of content, how you can show the boot camps information, the events and all. So I will also show it to you. Okay. Yep. So I think we will come back in 45 minutes. Okay.
What does that mean? It means, for example, the navigation, the site navigation. GDS, for example, requires to be able to move back and forth through an application seamlessly and edit each step from a central interface. This is not a standard feature of Power Pages. So in the past, I've had to do some extra development to enable that feature with, for example, cookie bindings to allow to be able to navigate back and forth through steps. Because the standard steps within the Power Pages doesn't support that explicit requirement that GDS does. That's one example. That's a common one I face time and time again. Are there any others that you faced where you've seen a noticeable gap in Power Pages? Just out of curiosity. Or are you still new on your journey with Power Pages? That's fine. And that's very good because Power Pages recently, I've seen it really take off. Like lately, it's flying. It really is. Before it was a bit slow, especially when they rebranded the licensing, it really slowed down. But would you agree, Arpit, recently it's been really taken off?
Exactly.
Okay, so sorry to take time there. Arpit, over to you. Yeah.
Yep. Okay, so welcome back everyone. Hope you have a good lunch. Now we're gonna look into that, like how to create the forms. So we already looked into like how to create the list. So we are showing the list of events so that the attendees can view it. Now it's, again, I'm saying like it depends. Like it's quite a straightforward way to show the list, but sometimes if you're working in the actual website, you don't usually show the list of event the way we are showing it. So I just wanted to show the out of box features of it, but sometimes you want to show the list in the form of this as well. Okay, so there is a two different ways to showcase that information. This is also coming from the Dataverse, like the event banners, the titles, the name and all. And this is just a simple way to excuse me, in the form of list. Okay, so you are allowed to write a JavaScript, CSS, the designing stuff, all the kind of things if you are a good UI designer, and you can design the page whatever way you like or your clients like. Okay, so now what we want to do it, we are already creating, we are already showing the list. Now we want to create a form so that we will look into like what are the properties of the forms looks like, how you can change the, or you can override the properties of existing Dataverse columns and all. So we'll create a form for event registration. So we'll head over to my design studio, and then let's take in the help of Copilot, because okay, we are not going to create everything by manual things. So just you can see in the right panel, there is an option called data forms. Okay, just click on that. Okay, so it's asking like I can help you with data forms. Start with suggestion below. So create a form for students to register for university courses. So let me write it in this way. Recreate a form for attendees to register for an event. Okay, let's see what it designed. Sorry, I didn't get, sorry.
Using Copilot, they're using that now more than actually manually creating your form pages.
Exactly. So the only thing is right now is whatever you create using the Copilot, it doesn't create in a particular solution. Okay, so I still recommend, like if you are working in a live environment, don't use it because there are a lot of features are still in preview. So there is no currently feature available. Like I have created a page, I have created the forms. Now this form is supposed to create a Dataverse form as well in the background. Okay, but nowhere it mentioned like in which solution it's going to be created. So right now there is no mechanism that in this solution you can create that, but I'm expecting like in the future, you will be having a solution selection option as well. So that whatever preferred solution you have selected, all your configuration goes in that particular solution. Yeah.
Yep.
So this is, I'm just, showing the co-pilot way so that we can expedite the development work. Okay. Yeah.
That's going to the solution, everything page, then everything else just default solution. That really spell it.
Yeah, so it's a good question actually. So there are two things we are doing. Some things we are, few configurations we are doing in the Dataverse, like tables, forms, and views, and few things we are doing is specific to the portals, right? So whatever you are doing for the portals, it goes in the portal configuration. So if I can go back to my portal management app, so these are the components of the tables. As I told you, like once you create a site, you get to see some solution gets installed. And in that solution, these are the metadata you get it. So these are the tables specific to the Power Pages sites. Okay, so whatever you do related to the Power Pages designing, you create in these components only. Okay, but you don't customize these sites. So that is unsupported. So if you see like you have to create a new column in the site setting, that is not supported. You have to use the inbuilt components. You just need to use those components to design your Power Pages components. Okay. Now, if you have to use your system tables or your business tables like lead opportunities, and also for that, you have to go to the specific solution and do that. So there are two different things. So when I try to create a new table, it shows like, it is showing like you already have some existing tables available similar to that. Do you want to use them or you want to create a new one? Okay, so I'll just create a form with a table. There we go. So you can see like it has automatically created a table in the Dataverse, and it also created a form on the portal as well. So both are two different things. Okay. In the Dataverse, it has created a table and also created a form. And in the portal configuration, it has created a basic form, sorry, multi-step form. As you can see here, there is a multi-step form it has created. So you can review a form. If you don't like it, you can simply delete that as well. If you don't want it, let's go next. So this is how the forms looks like. I'll just keep this form as is. I don't want to delete that. Oh, it actually created on the same page. So let me create a new page. Registration. Start from blank. So let me delete from here. I'm going to create that form on the separate page that is called registration. And here is the multi-step form, event registration form, click done. All right, now it has created a multi-step form for me. Now I need to enable the permission since it's a new table, Copilot event registration form. Okay, now I can select the global access so that everyone can register their form. But I want like whenever the user is registered, users are registering for the portal, I want to link them with their contact in the Dataverse so that I can apply the permission. For example, like if I have submitted 3 registration, only I should be able to view them. No other attendees can see my registrations and all. So what I'm going to do it, see whether it's, so we'll go into the data section. So you can see like event registration form is there. Copilot event registration form. I'll go and click a new column called contact. And this will be of type lookup and it will refer to my contact table. Yeah, because I want to store the contact details in this column so that all the registration which is being done from the portal should link to a particular contact. Otherwise, you'll not be able to provide a security. Okay. If you don't have the contact lookup on a table, there will be no security associated with that, because all the security works in the context of contact only. Exactly. So being a developer, first of all, you have to start with data model. Okay. That's how you also do it from the regardless of Power Pages development or Power Apps development. First of all, once you gather the requirement from your client, you first need to set up the data model, because that is the only thing. Then only you can start creating your portal components. Because if you create the portal components, you have to select the Dataverse component first, like forms, views, and all. Right. So this is the way. I just want to expedite the things. That's why I'm just using the Copilot. Otherwise, we would have created this column manually as well. Okay. But again, I'm saying, like in the real project, you don't need to use Copilot because it's a preview. A lot of things are in the experimental state. You won't get answer for a lot of things if you stuck somewhere, because it's in a preview state. So few things works, few things doesn't work. So unless it is in the GA, general availability, don't use them in the real environments. Okay. So I've created a contact here. If you can see the forms. Information. So it has also created few forms automatically using the Copilot. And if I can open the okay, let me see like how the steps looks like. So we have the two steps in the form: personal details and the contact details. So what I'm going to do, so on the personal information page form, I'm going to add that to the personal information form, and we'll add that contact field that I just created. Okay. Field contact. Okay, then save and publish. This is also a good thing, like, whatever changes I have to do in the Dataverse, I'll stay in the design studio itself. Earlier, I have to go, outside the design studio, create the table in the solutions, and, I have to do a lot of switch and back and forth. So now I can do everything here only. So the save and publish is done. Go back to my pages. You see a contact lookup is available. Sync. Oh, I think I have to miss the permission as well. I'll go. I want to do for authenticated also. We'll see. Okay, so you can see like there is a new toolbar button has been added called registration, and it takes me to the page. It's a multi-step form, and you can add as many as want. You can add the steps. So first name, last name, data, the date of birth and the contact. If I select the contact, I can select the contacts as well. Now there are a couple of things. The form is quite simple, but what I want to show here is, imagine like I already logged in my portal. Okay, I've already saved my details in my profile. I already have a contact in the Dataverse. Then why should I again put my details here? That details should be auto-populated somewhere. Okay, so how I can do that? So to do that, first thing, there is a component in Power Pages called metadata, because this is something related to the metadata. Okay, so we call it as, if you are using the metadata feature for basic form, that is called basic form metadata. If you are using metadata for multi-step form, we call it as multi-step form metadata. So how we can do that? Again, go back to my design studio, And this metadata thing, you cannot do it from the design studio. Okay, you have to go to the management studio app. So let me go back to my app. Okay, and we'll find that form that we just got created from the design studio. So we'll click on the multi-step form. Okay, and here it is the form that we just created from the design studio. Open that. And here there will be some different way to interact with the controls. Okay, because this is for the form, this is for the professional developer. So this is my form. The start step is applicant info. We'll go that. Just a minute. Let's go website. Just hold on. Go back. Apps management. Yep. So it's the event registration form. And this is my first step, personal information. So we'll open that. Now, once you are on this particular form, in the multi-step form within the portal studio, you go to the related and select the metadata. Okay, this is very useful property if you want to override the Dataverse metadata property on the portal. Okay, click on the metadata, click new multi-step form metadata. Now it will ask you like for which particular component you want to override the property on the portal. So you can see you can override the property for attributes, that is columns, nodes, sections, subgrid, and the tab. Okay. So in this case, I want to auto populate the data in the first name and last name. So this is basically related to the attributes, right? So I'll select an attribute. Here I need to select the list of attribute that is available in that table. So the name of the table, field is first name. Okay. Now there are a lot of things I can change related to that. If I want to change the label of that, so this label will only be applicable for on my website. This will not change the label for Dataverse. Sometimes there is a requirement where you want to show the different label for the section, tabs, or the fields for the customer, but you don't want to change it for the internal users, right? So you can change that label here. And here you see like there is a small language code is also there. Okay, that indicates like if you have the multiple languages enabled in your portal, you can provide the label for the multiple languages as well, right? Currently it's only United States installed, so